we'll be admitting the students in student.
Great, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay. Please let me know if there's any technical issues. So my name is Edward Oughton. Currently, I'm now faculty at George Mason University in the Washington, D.C. metro area, but I'm due to COVID still actually in Cambridge, UK, so some technical issues. COVID, so my name's Edward Oughton. Hopefully kind of unblocks the international airline George Mason University. Hopefully you'll go to the places that we're meant to be, so I will eventually do COVID at some point. Still actually in Cambridge, UK, so some technical issues. Thanks for inviting me back again to speak about this work. So I'm going to be focusing today on how we would do 5G assessments, hopefully you'll go to either globally or in another country. And essentially this work last year was in a kind of developmental stage, mainly funded by Bahl, but also partly by Facebook, connectivity, 5G assessment. And essentially what I'm presenting to you today in this country, pretty much the finished research. So I'm presenting a method. It's going to be less likely it'll kind of go over the method and show you some results on Facebook. The actual paper that I'll be presenting today is still in review, so I've actually got a few corrections to do on that, present first round of revisions. So it's going to be less, hopefully here in a respectable journal, but I'll be able to share with you today the actual link for the work and also all of the software and data analytics and support how we do this type of assessment. Hopefully here in a respectable. So I'll give you a bit about the 5G to share with you now. This is probably somewhat different from other talks. I looked at the website this morning and there's lots of technical talks in there, some familiar faces, that's great. I'm going to give you a bit about, I'll give you a bit about the subject that kind of really sets the scene for how we then start to think about, well, how do you deploy new technology relative to existing technologies like 3G or 4G, which may already be in operation in many of the environments that we're looking at. Kind of really, and then I'm going to give you a bit of information about the global 5G assessment, why that's very different from the assessments that we carried out traditionally, which have been more kind of spreadsheet-based and usually carried out by regulators and consultants, whereas this is very much global academic work focuses on using the data analytics software tools much more spreadsheet-based and more hopes to be more rigorous approaches to regulators. And finally, I'll give you some very academic work. So what exactly is the industry context in which we're trying to deploy 5G infrastructure? Obviously, there's a lot about 5G hype in the news. You will all be familiar with that already. And finally, I'll give you some. However, the actual economics of the sector, so what exactly is maybe not such well-trodden ground for people. And actually, it's not that easy to allocate large amounts of money these days towards infrastructure. However, the actual mobile network operator. So this is MNO, mobile network operators up here, and this is some information which I collated from a paper now. It's about 2 years ago, but it has some interesting information relating to earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortization, EBITDA, and the post-tax return on which I collated from a paper now. So essentially this is if you invest money in a network, how much earnings you get back. And this fundamentally underpins how operators go to deploy 5G networks in reality. Are you able to deploy so essentially this is and actually sell it to someone, because these are markets, you need consumers and businesses who are willing to pay for those services which mobile network operators are hosting provide. These are generally OECD economies, so high-income economies. Many of them are European, businesses USA, Japan, also India. But essentially what you've seen from 2005 to 2014 is generally a trend of the returns in the sector being squeezed as many governments favour more competition-based policies for mobile network operators. So they want to introduce more network operators to reduce competition as they want to reduce returns in the sector. But it means that operators themselves may end up having less cash. So if you look on the right-hand side here at policies, post-tax return on capital employed, basically it's plummeted quite significantly across all markets over the past 10 to 15 years. But it means so back into the early noughties, the end of the 90s, this was the kind of heyday for telecoms when 2G GSM was rolling out and everyone was buying a phone for the first time. The balance sheets of these operators were hugely expanded. And then really over the past 10 years, particularly since the global financial crisis, a lot of those revenues, particularly in Europe, have just been sucked out of the sector. And that basically means we don't have as much money to deploy for infrastructure. And then really maybe some over the past, all of the fancy stuff that we like to deploy, very, very dense cell networks works or very high order, massive high mode, and that's only going to be have as much money context where we're actually able to deploy it and make all of the operators a sensible return. Very dense. Saying that, most of what I'm actually talking about today is focusing on universal coverage. So you have to take those different deployment strategies where we're solved. And here I'm focusing about how you can push the coverage out so that you give everyone saying that most of what I want to access level to is at least a decent cellular using either 4G or 5G push the coverage out. So if you look at the GSMA, so this is the Mobile Network Operator Association, GSMA intelligence, this is the average revenue per user from pretty much most of the markets around the world. And in the last couple of years, so if you look at the GSMA, the amount that people are able to pay per month, so that balance sheet for the operators is shrinking essentially. And obviously, you all know that global mobile traffic in the last this is predominantly being driven by the UK. So the fact is that we now think about how much data we use on one of these things. We just leave it on cellular when we're on Wi-Fi. We use that. The rest of the time we stream HD predominantly on our phones whenever we go. So the fact is that that's really shifting a lot of that traffic that's on fixed network data we use on one of these things through to handheld devices, which Wi-Fi runs that is going to be a cellular HD. So that's why we see this almost exponential increase here in the amount of data traffic growth. And we don't seem to see to handheld devices, so this seems to be increasing year on year, whichever forecast you look at. That's why we see Ericsson, Cisco, BNI's network index data. These are all expecting further increases over the next 5 years. And as I said before, this is predominantly driven by Netflix, up to 80% of the traffic on the internet is video content. So you can really see here that big yellow portion, which is video here, which takes up the large majority of traffic. Okay, and most of the things that we do related to web or VoIP, so video content protocol, file sharing, audio streaming is really quite a small slice relative to downloading HD or Ultra HD content onto your handheld or home device. So this is kind of a hard situation for operators. They're getting less money and they have more traffic to deal with. So this is quite challenging. So the question therefore is, well, how different strategies actually perform in this is kind of deployment situation. Strategies and infrastructure, so there's a variety of different ways that you can deploy 5G. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware there's a whole host of different features in 5G also around those three use cases of how to deploy multi-band strategies, low latency, a variety of different communications, and then obviously massive IoT, so massive machine-to-machine features, and most of the deployments that have taken place so far focus mainly on that low latency use case, and the other two, which are going to be mainly more in release 1700, it's still embryonic. Most of those use cases, particularly the low latency stuff, so expect that it does take off to take use in the next 2 to 5 years. The other two is going to be mainly more stream deployments for those kind of low latency, still embryonic. Most of those use cases, particularly the low latency stuff. So there's a paper which I go look at. It does take, hey, I'm going to save you some technical detail. I'm not going to get too technical. I'm just going to show you some nice deployment graphics, explain how the work's carried out, and show you some results. But if you want to look at the World Bank working paper now, there's a link down here. You can get the slides up. I'm going to save you to go and have a look at this, and all of the details in there. And I'm going to give you the kind of high-level overview now. But if you want to look at the World Bank, so how do you expand the capacity of wireless network? And I think just before we get started, we're going to just take 2 seconds and share all of the details and explain this, because many of you will all be aware of this. I'm led to believe as well as how do you expand the capacity of wireless network? Business, just before we get started, social sciences. So I just want to explain 2 seconds. There's 3 main ways that you can expand the wireless network. Okay, so you can think of it as 4G or 5G network. Essentially, you could, in business, efficiency of it. So when we say with spectrum, I just want to explain 2 seconds. There's three more bits per hertz on a radio wave, which was basically how a lot of the efficiency improvements took place in previous generations. Essentially, but we could channel them, so the maximum number of bits per hertz which fitted on a radio wave. Essentially, we kind of hit a technical limitation there, and it's increasingly getting harder to improve efficiency in this way. So it's essentially very technically challenging to enhance the network in this particular way. So even 5G radio increases somewhere between 10 to 40% in terms of efficiency, relatively minor compared to the gap in densifying the network, which is one of the next things that I talk about. So you can basically build new sites, and when you build new sites, then you're able to reuse all of the spectrum that site has available. So you're able to massively increase the capacity in a particular area. So if you're building new sites, macro cells, you can basically build new sites. It's basically building new sites. Okay, so operators really want to do it. They'll do some small cell deployment with 5G for sure. Massively in urban areas or hotspots. It's not going to be that building new sites necessarily because they don't have enough money to do basically a big band build out of new infrastructure. So even within the work that I'm looking at here, there's actually a potential to reduce the number of sites, not one. Building take advantage of some efficiency savings and money to do basically a big. And then finally, the other third option is basically to destroy more spectrum. Okay, so within the work you have more spectrum here. There's actually deploy, but generally the spectrum is actually quite scarce. There's lots of competing. And then finally, the other side of job cellular, whether that's Wi-Fi, which is obviously a direct competitor to spectrum, or other uses, whether that's radio, TV, radio astronomy, whatever. Okay, so this is quite hard to get. So essentially, think of this. Think of increasing the efficiency as reducing the space between cars. Uses, whether that's radio, more cars across that part of the road, you can reduce the space between them. Okay, think of adding more spectrum, building a new lane. So essentially, think of this as adding a new lane and then increasing the more cars on that adjacent lane. Or you can build more cells, which is a bit like building direct connections between the road, rather than hitting congestion, adding more across with lots of other traffic to go direct, and that has increasing the more cars on that adjacent lane. Beneficial effect on the efficiency is a bit like building direct connections. So that's kind of the background of the hit strategy and how to improve lots of other traffic. And then there's 3 research questions in this work. So to what extent do different technology decisions which mobile network operators make actually affect the viability of the background? Okay, so everything here is kind of thought of in the sense that you have there's 3 research questions: demand, so the amount of money that a mobile operator can make from paying for their cellular services, through to how much it costs to deploy that. So the technology, everything here is how we see viability, the balance of those two supply and demand, so the amount of money that a mobile operator. Research question 2, so essentially this is focused through to how much it costs, the business model that could be used to deploy. And as 5G potentially is more expensive in some circumstances, there's been a big focus on can we share more infrastructure across mobile network operators, can we use mutual hosted networks, etc. With the idea that then you can reduce the supply costs. And as 5G can reduce the supply costs, then it's easier to roll out this infrastructure to basically focus on we want so more people get a decent broadband experience when they're out and about, with the idea that they're enjoying cellular connectivity in urban areas or rural areas. And then finally, we consider basically policy and regulatory options. So whereas the technology options, the first research question was how the mobile network operators enjoying. The second research question is essentially what they might do together in terms of sharing. And then thirdly, this is really what the government is. So what levers, whereas the technology option have in order to kind of encourage the rollout of 5G. The second research question, essentially, this is what they might do together. Quite a hot topic for governments right now, mainly the high income economies, that's mainly where we see 5G rollout. It's all kind of wrapped up in that technological superiority, technological sovereignty kind of debate, and there's a lot of geopolitics around this right now, but kind of underneath that is this desire by governments just to deliver better broadband services to people. And I think that that's a fairly it's a good aspiration to have. We always want more digital connectivity right now, but kind of underneath. So what's the kind of aim of this piece of work? Well, I take this kind of regulatory modelling approach. So this is the type of modelling that is carried out to telecom regulators agency, and they will be considering things like the efficiency and the equity of the design of the telecom market. So how many people will service that? And I think that this is the marketplace will be carried out to telecom and what are the costs involved in that? The way that they do that is they have this long run telecom cost modelling. And usually it's done in very large spreadsheets. So you might have 5 different workbooks, and within those workbooks you might have 18 different sheets within it to model demand through to supply costs, etc. That gives an agency an understanding of what the average cost would be for an average hypothetical mobile network operator. So this isn't modelling specific optimal demand, this is essentially trying to build up an understanding of what the mean kind of endowment spectrum average. So it doesn't have the commercial sensitivities of, say, trying to model specific operators that would be very concerned about its market share and about information coming out of what it's domain. So this is kind of the approach that I take. So it doesn't have, well, what are the different strategies that we want to take? Well, so far I've talked about technology, business models, and policy. And the reality is with technology, most operators are going to consider, well, in the radio access network, the RAN, do I deploy 4G or do I deploy 5G? Okay? And this is kind of the main consideration which they have right now, particularly for rural areas where maybe there might not be any radio access network, the RAN. Then we have to consider the backhaul technology. So if you build a tower on 5G, how do you actually connect it to the nearest fiber point of presence? And you can do that either using fiber, which is very nice. The most urban sites in then we high income economies now are probably fiber connected because you kind of need to do it for 4G if you want to high traffic. You definitely need to do it for 5G if you want to hit the capacity and latency target most have. But then actually a lot of rural sites now are probably high income countries are still microwave wireless and then if you go and look at low income or middle income countries, up to 95% of the sites can be wireless. But then actually a lot of you can have a wireless microwave link traveling up to 90 kilometers using the country reliably, which is a considerably cheaper way to connect a site to the internet if you're in a really kind of economically constrained environment with wireless microwave broadband at 90 kilometers. So they're the technology strategy, which is then we want to test business models. So does the internet operator with your own infrastructure, or do they share the passive infrastructure environment just with non-electronic components with another? So they're the technology tower, then we want to compound, they all have a cost. Can they be shared with other operators? Yes, they can. So what's the cost saving from that? Then we have active infrastructure sharing, which is what the GSMA calls tower, multi-operator radio access, sharing all of the passive elements, all of the non-electronic and the electronic cost saving from that. And then we have active much larger sharing costs, essentially sharing all of the operating deployment. But in this particular case, it's done homogeneously across the whole country without any separation between urban and rural areas. And really, when you look at infrastructure sharing, it's usually this kind of economic problem of, well, how much competition should you have? And then what sort of economies target. So we essentially introduce here in this concept of sharing a rural network, where basically just deploy and share rural network to rural areas and let urban and suburban areas have a normal baseline infrastructure roll out to these spaces. Building your network competition is out of being a rural or does it just deploy and share rural network to rural areas. Then for the policy strategy, we basically have the spectrum license costs. So this is the amount that the government will charge a mobile network operator for buying a license to deploy either a 4G or a 5G service. Government subsidies policy, which the government may need to put in order to deploy that service. The government will charge a non-viable location, particularly rural and remote areas may need some government subsidy. You may have heard of universal government subsidies, universal service funds, which are often the spectrum licenses costs recycled into non-viable subsidies, particularly rural and remote areas may need some government. And then there's also the taxation rates, that's generally the corporation tax rate in place for the operating funds, which are often the spectrum license. And we have to build a whole network. Okay, so if we have however many devices down here connecting whichever way they may want to do So this could actually be a fixed network, or it could be a fixed wireless access 5G network, and we have to build a whole network. Just be a 5G enhanced broadband use case. However they want to connect that, they have to build the access network, which basically covers all of the sites, fixed wireless access 5G network, and we have the backhaul portion, which basically connects the site back into another access. However they want to connect it, they have to build the access. And then we will need to build all of the sites, fiber aggregation network, whether that's in an urban area or elsewhere, and then eventually it will make its way into the core network of the operator and potentially also out into the wider internet. And then so essentially we need to work out a way to actually cost up this whole network hierarchy. And then eventually, and the backhaul is increasingly challenging part of the cost structure for deploying so essentially countries which here generally this analysis is focusing on. So if we wanted to go into sub-Saharan Africa, let's say we're going to go into Malawi and we want to deploy 4G or 5G universal service broadband network, how we actually connect those areas back into the internet is one of the most challenging parts. Okay, so here we have the number of users maybe we may want to connect. So if we have users over here, over 500,000, then we could quite viably use fiber. Whereas down here, if you're talking about a settlement under 100 people, one of the most challenging, even up to 500 people, satellite may have to be the fallback option if we're not able to basically make a microwave wireless backhaul. Whereas down here, if you're talking about a settlement, and down here we have the distance to even up to 500 presence. So it's over 200 kilometers and it's a very small satellite, then it's going to have to be satellite. Whereas as we look here, it's something like, and down here we have the distance to 50 to 100 kilometers here. If it's only if that's for 10,000 or 1,000 people, then microwave might be a sensible solution. Whereas the point of this is just demonstrating the hierarchy of backhaul technology. Fiber is preferable in every situation. It's only microwave wireless is a fallback, and then everywhere else that we can't use microwave, we have to use satellite. The point of this, and there's lots of interesting things taking place in satellite right now. I'm not going to get into it today, but if we want to look at our analysis of the satellite microwave wireless, then we can go and look at our paper. So in that, we look at Starlink, we look at OneWeb, and Amazon. Lots of interesting things to Origin, Project Kuiper. I'm not going to get into it today. Economics of deploying those broadband services through that particular approach, which is kind of insight to spec Starlink. If you look on my archive profile, Amazon as well, to Origin, Project Kuiper. 5G has a set of features which this is by no means comprehensive here. I'm just picking out a few of them. And in this work, it was kind of the first attempt that we made of trying to integrate things like network function virtualization, software defined features. Essentially, this is ways for us to build cloud-based networks, predominantly in this work off-the-shelf processing hardware, which could, in theory, be cheaper than using products bought from traditional vendors, whether that be Ericsson, Nokia, Huawei, ZTE, whichever operator. Okay, so network slicing, we've heard quite a bit about this. Not sure we've actually seen that much of it in traditional vendors. Deployment so far, I've seen a few cases on LinkedIn where people are deploying it generally. There's a lot of hype around this, but I still have yet to see network slicing. I've heard quite a bit about this, to be deployed, so maybe watch the space, deployment so far. And then we capture and deploy this idea into 4G basis, have a distributed radio access network versus what we now kind of moving towards, which in urban areas space is a centralized cloud radio access network. And there's cost savings. Just think of it that way, we can reduce cost and potentially combine mobile edge computing with cloud RAN versus what we now kind of moving towards, which delivers some of those 5G centralized cloud radio access. So if we have the different flavors of technologies which we deploy, we have 4G LTE, which is basically mobile edge, 4G LTE with RAN core, which is we have 5G standalone, which is basically the 5G radio access network bolted onto 4G core, or we have the 5G fancy standalone technology, which very few people have deployed yet, but we would have to build your own separate 5G core to deploy this to deliver the type of latency and quality of service 5G radio actually requires to deliver on 5G we have the 5G aspirations standalone technology. So what's the method for doing this? Well, I'm going to talk you through this now. So to do this globally, we actually do some country clustering first. We estimate the number of users locally, we estimate the number of data demand and revenue locally, and then we design a network. So what's the method to meet that demand and detect different scenarios and strategies to cost that up, and then we do some assessment work within that cost structure. Okay, so I'll explain what that means. Here's an example of how the cluster is designed out. So if you look at this map here, all of these high-income countries are grey because we've not included them. All of the other countries are the low and middle-income countries classed by the World Bank categorization. Here's an example of how the cluster is designed out. GDP per capita, if you look at this map here, and existing all of these high-rich countries, K-means clustering essentially. So we group all of the other countries are based on the last 6 clusters, which is identified here. So we can see we have relatively low GDP per capita down here, and lots of sub-Saharan African countries in that particular group. And then at the other end of the scale, we have the highest GDP per capita clusters: Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, China, Russia, Turkey. At the other end of the scale, and then we have population density, which really kind of captures the other end of the scale. Asia, the highest in life anywhere else. So there's population density in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, all very different to the rest of the world in reality. So the other end is high population density. And then we have population density, and then 4G coverage is actually highly correlated to GDP per capita anywhere else. So essentially you can see these clusters, these 6 clusters, all very different countries. And we actually end up with selected countries based on whether the government is kind enough to give us the 4G coverage is actually highly correlated. So we basically chose Malawi and Zambia in cluster. We chose Senegal and Kenya as the second cluster, and then we chose Pakistan in the third cluster, Albania in the fourth cluster, Peru in the fifth cluster, and Mexico in the sixth cluster. The idea is to model 4G and 5G rollouts in those countries and then generalize the results to all the other countries within that cluster to get very similar deployment conditions. Okay, so we go from relatively low income up to quite high. The idea is to middle income countries to take rollouts in those countries. And the approach is to focus on this cost minimization framework. So how do we reduce the cost in order to get to the results? Okay, so we deploy all those different strategies we talked about, whether it's choosing technology, infrastructure sharing, special pricing, and taxation. And we have these 3 different scenarios. So we basically say in urban areas can't deliver up to 25 meg per person, and then in suburban and rural we deliver 5 meg technology infrastructure sharing. So this is what we do in the first scenario. In the second scenario, we're able to up to 200 meg bits per second per person in urban areas, 50 or 5 in suburban and rural. The final one, easily the most ambitious, we're trying to deliver up to 400 meg per person in average busy hour of the day in urban areas, which is really, really hard. And then 100 meg and 10 meg in suburban and rural areas, respectively. The reason why we have this 10 meg here is that the UN, the United Nations Broadband Initiative, is looking at a universal target of 10 megabits per second per user, and then 100 meg and 10 meg is a long-term aim over the next 10 years, and that's why we have this 10 meg here, that target. So we model a hypothetical operator. We assume that for whatever the network is deployed, there's a 20% administration cost. We basically allow a profit margin of 20% for the operators to take borrowed money on the money market, invest it, and they get a return. So we model a hypothetical operator. We have to use a weighted average cost of capital of 20%, and we use a user cost subsidization approach to estimate the savings of the operators. So we have the number of users on the network is estimated from the population in the area, we get this from satellite data layer. We have the data demand that we then have to meet each of those scenario targets, and we estimate the average revenue per user based on the number of luminosity. So if you consume electricity, you emit in the electricity which are satellites and data demand, and we're able to then recognize that that's highly correlated with your ability to spend money on average revenue. So we're able to estimate the luminosity highly spatially consumed electricity emitted in 1 km². square. Well, we know the data demand, we can take the existing sites, the existing level of coverage of, say, 4G, and then we're able to look at how many additional sites we need to build in order to meet those scenarios. And then finally, in the assessment, we know the data demand, take on board all of the costs that the operator has, level of spectrum, population, and that's basically related to the revenue that an operator can take. And we reallocate all of the subsidies. And then finally, in the assessment, we know profitable urban areas after a 20% profit margin to unprofitable areas. And at some point, that money runs out. And that's where basically government subsidies come in and spend to make up the rest to achieve the subsidies. So this was all very quick. You can look at the software repository if you would like to look at specific code or paper to understand exactly how we do this in practice. But basically, we have forecasts for the adoption rate, which we then disaggregate down to local level. So we're talking about working as 1 kilometre square level here, and so it's highly disaggregated for these kind of national forecasts. Basically, we have forecasts, and that's kind of the exciting thing about this approach. You know, most of it's been done in spreadsheets in the past, as to be able to this kind of heavy code base to generate these analytics. It's exciting that we're able to kind of work at that level. There's still a lot of uncertainty, and that's kind of the exciting thing to try and quantify that, and that's why it's done a bit more confidence that we're able to capture some of the keys to this heavy code base to generate these analytics. It's exciting. So for the engineers, I'm just covering the fact that we have this engineering methodology which is published in the IEEE here. So if you're interested, basically, for a specific network density, you're able to use Monte Carlo to estimate the received signal for a user in a cell area. We capture all of the interference effects from the other cells, and we're able to iterate your interest essentially so that we're able to get a signal to interference plus noise ratio to allocate a spectrum efficiency, and that based on some network configuration. And most of the 4G or all of the material is all 2x2 MIMO, but for 5G reaching 4x4 MIMO. And this is all based on the DNC 5G propagation model. Okay, so going onto this code base and engineering is most of all the way that we do the cellular network dimensioning. So it's like how much capacity do we have now and how much capacity do we need. And this is all based on the additional sites. That's 5G propagation model. Okay, so we're able to look at the capacity like this essentially. So this is an example for London. This basically indicates the capacity for a user within this cell area. So the 5G is close to the cell, you could easily get almost up to gigabits per second if you wanted. Whereas at the cell edge, it's basically down to about 30 to 100 meg based on this particular iteration. Obviously, it can go higher, close to the cell, busy area, but quiet gigabits per second is much higher than that. Whereas at the cell edge, so we take the spectrum portfolio for all of these different countries, and I'm not going to go based on this particular iteration, but that gives us an understanding of how much capacity we're going to get. I then designed the full fiber network to connect all of those sites. So the black here is the existing portfolio network, and then you might have to build new regional fiber spur activity to connect those areas, and then the site can connect to that new fiber spur in that region using either fiber or a wireless backhaul method. So this is far the least cost network designed for basically building sites back into the fiber network area. The migration paths are based on basically moving from 2G or 3G to either 4G or 5G. This is a or to a fancy 5G standalone network that has all of that software-defined network. Migration paths are based on virtualization, moving from 2G or 3G techniques kind of built into them. Okay, this is all detailed in the paper for the different strategies that WorkTest has. And you can see here for 5G standalone, we basically have a local cloud node which ends up serving the other 6 cells, and this is protocol fiber basically connected into here. And this was our first kind of attempt at trying to cost up the cloud network. And you can see here for 5G standalone, I'm not going to bore you with costs because they are incredibly important. I just wanted to flag that we did this huge literature survey and we used the mean cost for basically the equipment, site installation, cost of cloud network. And you can see here, so results. I'm not going to bore you. I'm quickly going to go through these results now. So basically, we end up with assembling results for different scenarios. 25 meg, basically equipment, 200 meg here to 400 meg. So we get basically much more ambitious. I'm not going to bore down this table, and we get much more expensive. Basically, essentially for the strategies we have 4G wireless backhaul, 4G using fiber backhaul, 5G non-standalone with the wireless backhaul, or 5G standalone using fiber. And this is the social cost. So we detail essentially for the strategies we have. Essentially, we end up with a cost here which is 4G using fiber backhaul over the next 10 years, non-standalone with the wireless this capacity 5G standalone based on the forecast. And this is the social cost. We can see some numbers, 1.2 billion here for Malawi, total 4G wireless coverage, all the way up to almost 6 billion for 5G standalone. So really quite a large difference between the two. I think the key point, as I'll emphasize later, is these numbers are 1.2 billion caution, because actually what matters is the ratio of these costs all the way up to the country's gross domestic product. 5G that's going to be indicative of how much money we actually have to spend on deploying. The key point, as I'll emphasize later, here we have basically the same caution, which is actually what we have also passive reactive the shared rural network cost. So we can see quite a dramatic decrease here. So passive, we're getting between 10 to 20. Here we have basically, and then for active, so just basically building a single network, we can get up to almost a 40 to 50% saving. That's quite a network cost. And then for a shared rural network, even further here. So passive, we're getting between 10 to 20. Here we're just showing here the cost distribution building a single country. So we have the cost for radio access network, backhaul, the civil engineering cost, and then for a core network, actually operating the network, so the administration cost, the spectrum cost, and that's showing here the cost distribution. And what we generally see is we move from less ambitious network capacity targeting civil engineering, more ambitious core network, is that the cost of the radio access network and the backhaul starts to increase from under 20% to about 30%. And what we generally see is we start to increase quite significantly. And that's generally because the spectrum cost is more ambitious, smaller portion overall, whereas you build more network, that costs more money, and then you have to operate it, so that costs you more money. So we do get this shift in the costs as we start to increase quite significantly. And that's generally because the spectrum cost target is a smaller portion overall. So we're short of time, so I'm just going to go through this relatively quickly. Essentially, what we look at here is the baseline cost, so that we hold all of the existing market conditions steady, and then we compare it to the lowest cost, which is where we take all of the least cost strategy. So this is for 5G non-standalone, and then we take the best infrastructure sharing results, we hold all of these policy results and use them all together, and we actually look at the cost minimization we're able to get from current cost, for example, in Malawi, about $1.5 billion, down to about $0.4 billion. So it's really quite significant increase in the cost if we introduce all of those market and policy options. And whereas before we can't reach viable coverage, we do actually move to the lowest, reduce all of those cost minimization techniques, we can actually reach 100% population coverage over the next 10 years by changing, whereas before those market conditions and the current coverage. So this is quite a nice point. It means that the government subsidy requirement is reduced to zero if we introduce those. We can actually reach 100%. So this is just the cost for all low and middle income countries, and essentially the total cost here. So this is quite for delivering 25 meg subsidy 4G wireless is about $500 billion over the next 10 years. So this is just whereas actually we could reduce that down to about essentially $140 billion delivering 25 meg cost saving 4G wireless for 4G wireless about $500 billion. And that's basically somewhere between about 0% and whereas actually we could reduce that down to essentially could be reduced quite significantly to under 0.1% of GDP annually over the next 10 years. And that's basically somewhere between about 0% and you can see here this is the universal broadband emission target, which is actually much higher. So that's 10 quite significantly, and that's up to 1.7 trillion. And that's basically somewhere between it's a lot more. And you can see here this is, and I just wanted to finish with this one graphic. So basically this demonstrates the required investment relative to the GDP of the country. So you can see for those countries with large economies like Brazil, China, Russia, it's relatively small investment. Whereas if we look at some of our sub-Saharan African countries, we're talking about over 1.75% of GDP annually. So it's quite a significant investment. It's not going to happen. That's the basic takeaway of that message. Relatively small. So we're short of time. I just want to finish by saying 4G is often the countries we're talking about. Coverage, 5G, really it's going to be mainly in urban areas where countries it's not going to happen. 5G NSA is activated. So we're short of time. I just want to finish by saying broadband commission targets about $1.7 trillion. It's quite a lot of money. Really it's going to be but we show that by creating a favorable regulatory environment, costs can be reduced by as much as 5G NSA is activated. So we're short of time. So I'm going to finish there. Essentially, I'm going to point you to the paper that we've got, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have. We show that by creating a favorable regulatory environment, costs can be reduced by as much as 5G NSA is activated. So we're short of time. So I'm going to finish there. Essentially, I'm going to point you to the paper that we've got, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have. We show that by creating a favorable regulatory environment. So feel free to fire away if you've got any questions. So I'm going to finish there. Essentially, I'm going to point you to
Yes, please, if there's any questions, please ask Professor Oughton. Otherwise, we thank you for your great lecture. It's very, very great to hear your thoughts on this. Yes, please, if there's any questions, please ask Professor Oughton. Otherwise, we thank you for your great lecture. It's very, very okay. It seems like there's no questions at this point, so thank you very much for your lecture. Any questions, please ask Professor Oughton. Otherwise, we thank you for your great lecture. It's very, very okay. It seems like there's no questions at this point, so thank you very much for your lecture.
sustainable coffees. That's all good. So, yeah.
That's nice.
Good. Okay, brilliant.
Yeah, please feel
free.
free.
You should see the slides. We're good, yeah?
Yeah, good, excellent, thank you.
Okay.
And
if there are any problems, you just interrupt me immediately, okay? So if the sound drops or the you can't see. Let's just ask you, do you see the second slide?
Yes, we do. Perfect. Thanks.
All right, so greetings from London, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm not sure, whether some of you were in my talk last year. So some of the use cases I presented last year already. So I think this could be quite a nice refresher. If not, it's new material.
Recording in progress.
The weather here in London is very nice, I have to say. So 1 second, let me just bring this up again. So we have unusually hot conditions. I have my suit on, but to be honest with you, I'm melting, so I may take it off at some point. All right, let's get started. 6G and the Internet of Skills. So let's just really figure out what we're talking about. And before we do that, I just wanted to show you really on the magic of the telco industry, really. So it's in fact, if you understand how telco really ticks, you can predict what the future looks like. So you can look a little bit like a magician, okay? So I'm giving you the tools today to be magicians of the future, and you can apply it, to your own industry as well. I believe not everybody in the audience is into telecoms, but I show you how we do that in telecoms, right? So think of it like the Moore's law, but for telecoms. So there are two trends actually, really. One is a growth trend, so the real kind of Moore's law equivalent. And the other one is a consolidation trend. So I'll explain that in a moment. So growth trend is really simple. So whatever you had in the last generation is multiplied by 10 or 100 in the next generation, okay? So we had 10 meg in 4G, average user experience. So, your average kind of download experience with your mobile phone. In 4G is 10 meg. In 5G, if you have a 5G phone, the average is 100 meg. The peak, of course, is much higher, but the average is 100 meg. And therefore, by virtue of extension, you know how 6G will look like, right? So it will be a multiplication of 10. So therefore, it will be 1 gigabit per second. And therefore, you also know what the average in 7G will look like. It's 10 gig in 8G, etc. Right? So therefore, having that insight on how the KPIs really move over the years allows you to really predict the future. We couldn't do that, of course, with 1 and 2G, but as of 3 and 4G, we're able to build that trend. Now, if you look at this, 2G, 3G, 4G was mainly a consumer proposition. Essentially my network became mobile, more powerful. I can watch Netflix, listen to Spotify and all that. And but I actually had drawn this graph in 2013 or 14. So, and then I realized, the KPIs of latency, of outage, of the number of devices, of bandwidth is so good that actually you could service, industry service level agreements. And it was at the Mobile World Congress in 2014 where on a big stage I said, 5G will be as much about consumers as it will be about industry. And the rest is kind of history, as they say, right? Because everybody back then, 2013, 14, everybody was just talking, what's going to be the consumer killer app of 5G? What's going to be the killer consumer app of 5G? I came along and said, guys, it's going to be industry as well. And in fact, ever since, we probably talked more about industry than consumers, sadly. But here you go. And I was able to make that statement because I understood that trend of growth. Now, there's another really interesting trend, which is a trend of consolidation. So it turns out we always have a great idea with the odd generation, okay? So we have a great idea in 1G. Our great idea back then was, why don't we make phone calls without wires, okay? Before everybody had to have at home a wired phone. And then 1G came along and said, let's do it wireless. But it wasn't until 2G that we have consolidated that, okay? So 1G was quite lousy. 2G was a real success. In 3G, we had the genius idea and bring the internet to the mobile phone. We said, why do we need to sit behind a computer? We can have it on the mobile phone. Now, if anybody of you still uses 3G, you will agree it's really crap, right? 4G really changed that. If you're on a 4G system today, you don't even look at this logo anymore, right? So we have this little logo up here, which says 4G. I stopped looking at it. Before, you were checking 3G Edge, 2G, we just stopped doing this. That's really great because we really managed to bring the internet to the mobile phone. Now in 5G, we had the genius idea of making things very low latency, fully immersive, augmented reality, edge cloud processing. And, it's coming along, but I bet we'll need 6G to make that reality. So I just wanted you, to bear this in mind. And maybe, if that's the only thing you guys take away today, it will make my day. Okay, it makes my sunny day. So that is quite an important graph, really. Right, so if you look at specific numbers, it's just to corroborate what I said before, right? So if you look at the 4G column, where the KPIs have been defined by the ITU, specifically by IMT Advanced, the 5G have been defined by IMT 2020, and 6G is currently being defined by Networks 2030, right? So we go on essentially in these multipliers. 4G, the average user experience 10 meg, 5G 100 meg, now it's going to be a gig. User plane latency 10 milliseconds, IMT 2020, so 5G 1 millisecond, Networks 2030 will be 0.1 milliseconds, so 100 microseconds, right? Do we know what we're going to use it for? No. Do we know how to do it? No idea, but we know it's going to be that, right? So with 5G, we had the same. With 4G, we had the same. We didn't really know why we needed a millisecond. We didn't know how to do it. Now we know how to do it. Now we know what we're using for. So therefore, as an industry, we need a bit of patience. But so that's what we're aiming for: gig per second average and 100 microseconds user plane latency. User plane latency is the time it takes between you clicking on a link and getting the website back, right? So of course, for websites, you don't need it. But if you fly a drone, okay, with your mobile phone, you really want to make sure that the latency is very, very short. Or if you do an operation, right, you have a surgeon of the future is using his or her mobile phone to conduct a medical intervention, then the latency has to be very, very low. And let's come at the data volume. And this is really shocking. When I saw these numbers, I thought, wow, what's going on here, right? So we have 4G, about 10 gigabits or 0.01 terabits per second per square kilometer, meaning how much data is being generated and absorbed per second per square kilometer, okay? In 5G, it's 10 terabits per second per square kilometer. Oof, that's already quite a lot, right? So, and if we continue that trend, in 6G, it's going to be 10 petabytes per second per square kilometers. And there's no way that, no matter how many humans you stack together, how many factories you build in a square kilometer, that we can watch so many Netflix movies or maintain so many control algorithms that we generate 10 petabytes per second. So this is the first time about 12 months ago when I've seen this KPI that I realized that 6G might be about a service which is very different to what we have experienced so far. And I'll come to that in a moment, but I just want you to understand where I got this idea from. And that came really from this really outrageous number of 10 petabytes per second per square kilometer, right? So completely insane. Why would we need it? Well, we may, and I'll come to that in a moment. Right, so, and before we go to 6G, I just wanted to show you, just reiterate some of the use cases we did in 5G, where really some of that vision started and where we think we need 6G to consolidate that. So one of the internets I'm driving, one of the developments I'm driving is that pioneering work around the Internet of Skills. So my vision of a few years back now is to make sure that you can use the internet not only to transmit audio and video and emails and news, whatever, but you can actually move objects through the internet, right? So I can hug you through the internet, I can touch you through the internet. And once you make that internet really accessible along these senses as well, then suddenly you can transmit skills. That's why I called it the Internet of Skills. And it felt a very natural progression from the internets we had built before. Before we built a fixed internet where you would use your RG45 Ethernet cable and plug it in a computer, right? So that's the fixed internet. Then we built the mobile internet. So now, 4G, 5G, 6G, everything is running on these devices. Then we built the things internet. So the Internet of Things. What's next? Well, skills, right? So connect not machines, connect humans. And that really is what I wanted to show with this figure here, where I'm showing Industry 4.0. yeah, everybody's very hot about Industry 4.0. It's about, you know, making manufacturing halls more efficient, more effective, using sensors, actuators, robots, precision manufacturing, you name it, right? And there's just one problem with that photo there. There's no human in there, right? So we are designing technologies which are empowering machines. Yeah, that's not what I wanted. So I really want to design technology which empower humans, you and me. If you've got a talent, if you've got a skill, you should be able to transmit that through the internet, not only using audio and video, but actually touch and muscle movement and all that, right? So that's why I call it Human 4.0, to counterbalance that a little bit, this Industry 4.0 notion. And a big challenge here is really when you start transmitting muscle movement, less about touch actually, but muscle movement, you know, action and reaction needs to happen very quickly. Okay, so imagine a boxing match happening between the UK and the United States. If you know, the Internet of Skills boxing match is with a latency of 1 second, it's a mess, right? So you get completely out of sync. Now that's a funny example. It gets more serious if you do an operation. Imagine a surgeon is cutting, you know, through flesh, and the feedback isn't quick enough to tell him or her that there's an artery about to be hit, and then the surgeon cuts the artery, which apparently is bad news. I'm not a surgeon. I'm watching Grey's Anatomy. That's the best I can do. But here you go. You get the idea, right? So we really need low latency, and we kind of established that 10 milliseconds is a really good limit. It's also a good limit because 10 milliseconds is what our human brain reacts to. So all the signals which come into our brain within 10 milliseconds are perceived as immediate. So you've got this feeling of immediacy, of being together, which creates then these emotional kind of reactions, which we see when people are together versus people being on a Zoom call, right? So therefore, bear this in mind, 10 milliseconds is really important. And that was our very, very big challenge. Now, what use cases did we run? Well, we tried a drone use case, right? So there's Dr. Mahmoudi, a colleague of mine, was running that with Ericsson, Verizon, and British Telecom, and King's, ourselves. So we had this really big drone in the courtyard of King's, and we had to fly in pilots, right? So they're pilots. I didn't know this. So they're even pilots for drones. But it's quite a big beast, right? So you need a license to fly them. And they were flown in, right? And we didn't tell them that we connect the remote control. So the remote control they used to fly the drones, connected to a 5G base station that was sliced to Verizon in the United States, came back all the way to London, and then only then did we connect it to the drone. So in essence, they were controlling a drone across the internet, across the planet, you know, across 2 continents without realizing. And that's exactly what I wanted to show, that, you know, if your skill set is drone pilot in the future, you can use that very powerful 5G and 6G powered Internet of Skills to essentially help where your help is really needed. So imagine there's a crisis happening, flooding in the UK, and people need water, medicine, and food. And rather than flying in physically all these pilots in the world, you would then have them sitting in the United States and Finland, maybe in India, whatever, right? So they can use that type of network then to execute their skills remotely and fly the drone to help other humans, right? So that I thought was a really great example. Another one was with Proka. So we did that together with Ericsson, really interesting use case. Proka Dasgupta, who you will see in a moment, is a pioneer in robotic surgery. And so the videos are all muted today, so I'll just talk over that, right? So Proka here, he's actually in a doing surgery like you see here, right? So through a viewing port, he's controlling essentially some robot which is doing the operation. He pioneered the whole field, and he happens to be my colleague at King's College in London, so it's easy to talk to him. And we said, hey, why don't we look at 5G remote surgery? We started as 2014. In fact, we have pioneered the whole field. What does it mean? What type of sensors can you transmit? What new sensors are needed? You see, we're designing new sensors, new haptic gloves, so he can feel essentially what he's operating. He gets the feedback, the haptic signal, both touch and kinesthetic muscle movement within 10 milliseconds. So he can essentially execute now that surgery from any point in the world to any other point in the world, right? So that was a really interesting use case we did. Another one we did was with Rob Del Najo, sometimes called D, right? So I'm not sure how much you're into music or if you know a band called Massive Attack. So I'm a good friend with Rob. He's also a great He's also a great artist as a painter, right? Spray painter and painting here. He has my ABB robots here. We're exploring essentially new ways of creating, curating, and generating art, and essentially seeing if we could have a human machine type of co-painting using edge cloud rendering, where you need really 5G capabilities. And it all looks very promising, and it's actually nicely covered in the Wired magazine if you want to Google that. What else did we do? Then we worked a few years back with a guy called Peter Gold, a DJ, really well-known DJ. See him here. We got him from Avalon, a club in Los Angeles, to a club in West Hollywood. And you see the holographic projection here. And he had a feedback loop of the crowd dancing in the West Hollywood club. And his aim was to essentially use that low latency 5G control loop to bring up music, which would essentially bring both crowds into a syncing dancing experience, okay? And this is where it struck us that actually we're doing something which goes beyond virtual reality, goes beyond augmented reality, and we called it synchronized reality, because we're really synchronizing realities, synchronizing physical realities on two or more places. So this is really an interesting concept which has emerged out of this world. And for me, the biggest one was this one here, where, you know, you see me here playing the piano in Berlin. I'm under the Brandenburger Tor playing the piano, and we had this young lady with us, and she was beamed in from London. She was singing in the Guildhall. You know, it's just a beautiful historic building beside the St. Paul's Cathedral. And no, I felt very privileged to have her. So she's a regular Royal Opera house singer. You know, actually right now she's again doing, you know, a new production on La Boheme in the Royal Opera House now that everything is opening up in London again. She also sang with Madonna on their last album, Madame X, which she released, you know, a year and a half back. So anyway, I'm showing off here very mercilessly because she's actually my daughter, okay, my older daughter. And so we've been rehearsing and at home, but then when the actual gig happened and she was in the Guildhall and I was in London, the environment was very different. You know, she was nervous, the piano didn't have the same tune. So we had to adapt in real time to our new capabilities, to our new environment. And the latency was so low. We weren't at 10 milliseconds, we were at 20 milliseconds. Compare that with, you know, the 140 milliseconds which Zoom brings and Teams and all these. This was a quantum leap, and it really felt she's with me. I was so emotional that, you know, I actually struggled not to cry during my own performance there. It's just wonderful, you know, how technology can bring people together. And I think that's really, we wanted to show, and that was probably the world's first 5G concept, distributed concept. We wanted to show to the world that this is doable. You can reenact these emotions using that very low latency technology, which is a commodity technology. It's not a fiber you buy very expensively, right? It's a commodity technology. So here you go. This is what we did back then. Things have moved on. We work now with larger music brands to explore that. But in the meantime, on the more academic side, of course, we're going into the 6G era. So that's what we're starting now, and that's what we're here for. And one thing I wanted to share with you is what I think we did really well is that co-design, this co-creation process, right? In fact, when the 5G era kicked in, you know, I was probably the only one who actually said in 2013, 14, guys, you know, before we sit down and start designing boxes and devices and writing millions of lines of codes, why don't we get in touch with the demand side and ask them, what do you want? What would you use? Is it useful, right? Is it useful to have a millisecond user plane latency? Is it useful to have a gigabit per second peak data rate? I think these are very valid questions. And I learned that with my first company, IoT company, World Sensing. I had just co-pioneered the whole field of industrial IoT within France Telecom. I co-founded Etsy M2M, which then evolved into, you know, one M2M, and then, you know, the whole 3GPP narrowband IoT, etc. And I built my own company around this. And, you know, we spent a good deal with that. And everybody was on about IoT, and we thought it's, you know, it's the most sexy thing we've ever built. And to our disappointment, we figured out that, you know, the demand side was very slow for customers to understand why should they use sensors. They weren't really clear about it. It was very clear to us, but not to them. So not to repeat that mistake with 5G, in 2014, I really sat down with surgeons, with artists, transport companies, you name it, and started having these conversations. And I asked them, in 6 years' time, in 2020, when there's a technology going to be switched on called 5G, which will have a millisecond latency and 100 megabits per second average throughput, what would you do with that, right? And they said, look, we don't care. It's just Ethernet, right? So we don't care. It's just connectivity. But I was really insisting. We spent a good deal now with the years together, became good friends, and I helped them really on really managing bottom line inefficiencies using that technology, and also enabled completely new and exciting use cases, so top line opportunities. And that really has changed, the way how the industry looks now on how 6G should be done. Because 6G, if anybody works on that, don't jump into just building boxes and coming up with some very, lofty kind of criteria. Get your hands dirty, get in touch with whichever you can, get together with a hospital, gaming companies, payment companies, transport companies, get together with them and figure out what could be done with a system called 6G, which may come out in a few years' time. All right, so just wanted you to understand that. But where are we in terms of applications, right? So one application I think will really take off is the Internet of Skills, because we need not only low latency networks over low distances, short distances, but also, very low latency networks over large distances. And 5G couldn't do it. I think with 6G together with AI, we can do it. We need pioneering stuff in robotics, which is consolidating right now, right? So you can't have a big robot imitating the digital twin of a human. So it needs to be something which other humans can be around. And also a lot of edge compute needs to be done, standardized haptic codecs. So all that is kind of becoming now consolidated. And therefore, I think the Internet of Skills will play a major thing in the 6G era. Remember my consolidation thing? Idea was in 5G, consolidated in 6G. What else do we have? Well, people talk about holographic societies, right? So think of the world where on my end, I have a computer which renders me in real time, and produces a volumetric picture of me. Okay, so volumetric means a three-dimensional picture of me, right? So it can be done in various ways, but it just does it. Let's assume that. And that's being projected to you guys, and you, rather than see me on a flat screen, you would actually have a nice holographic projection. Could be either through novel holographic, displays or display mechanisms, or just augmented reality glasses, right? Of Apple. Apple is rumored to throw out augmented reality glasses, put them on, and overlaid on whatever you look at right now. I'm looking at a table. You would have essentially Mischa there talking to you in a really kind of engaging 3D way, right? So if you transmit this raw data, it's about 4.32 terabits per second data, which needs to be shipped forth and back. Now, will this be really needed in the future? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure, right? So if you look at recent NVIDIA, announced NVIDIA is a big company in GPUs, they are now binding in a lot of intelligence in the edge. So they use AI to predict the way how, let's say, I talk, how I move my hands, because I've been doing this for the last 40 years. And you will probably also be animals of habit. So therefore, for an engine, artificial intelligence engine to predict the way how you talk, how you move, should be straightforward, right? And therefore should be able to regenerate my holographic projection on your end without needing to transmit 4.3 terabits per second. So we need to see how this pans out. But one thing is clear, that we will definitely need more data rate. And but really what I think will drive a lot of these 6G stuff is the entire augmented reality world. So I don't think it will be VR, so virtual reality. I don't believe in VR. I think VR is dead. I never liked VR. It's kind of I always thought it's a virtual reality is kind of a computational disability, right? So I'm not sure if any of you has ever tried VR, and maybe you are some aficionados who love it, and then you will be playing games and do your stuff in this. And I think there's room for B2B training. So if you want to learn at university how to put engineering stuff together, VR is great. If you want to have engineers learn at Nokia on how to install a base station equipment, I think that's great. You know, that's really fantastic. But a general consumer stuff, I can't see this happening. You know, I try to use it at schools. It's impossible. People, students vomit. So, you know, they feel motion sick. At home when we're using it, you know, I can't have my daughters use it because somebody always needs to be there so they don't slum their head into our, you know, into our TV. So it's kind of a really technical disability. And we had it because we didn't have any means to have enough computational power to evaluate what's our real environment around us and put then, you know, a virtual object on top. But with augmented reality, this is changing, right? This is changing. And you can imagine this happening through the glasses. My buddies in San Francisco of 6D.ai, Matt specifically, have solved that. So they essentially, you know, AR has been around already. You can use AR these days. There's no problem, but the spatial context was never solved. You see this ball here should have been behind the pillar, but appears before because the engine doesn't know what's happening. So therefore we need AR, which is able to understand the environment. Literally, as you hold your mobile device, it scans and renders the environment like you see in the video. My glasses do that. Once we do this, we can have physics, right? So the ball understands it needs to stop and it shouldn't fall through as it's being projected on my glasses, okay? Therefore, you know, the whole thing is now operational. So they're able to understand what's the environment, and therefore they're able to now generate, you know, digital artifacts such as plants growing around the pillar, creatures appearing in front and behind objects in the real world, physics working properly with, you know, balls being dropping, etc. So I think it's a really interesting development which is happening, and Apple is rumored to bring out, you know, their next generation augmented reality glasses, you know, out to the market. And I think that will be a really defining point. And then we need a lot of edge cloud computing, because a lot of that becomes really complicated. How do you place objects in front, behind? What animations do you do? Is the animations already pre-rendered? Does it need to be rendered in real time? So then the whole edge cloud computational capabilities will really take off in 6G. Okay, so I think it's quite an interesting field, which is emerging. One second, I need to open the door for my dog. Actually, I'm going to introduce you to my dog. One second. Simba, come here. Here she is. Her name is Simba. Say hello. These are people listening to my talk. Okay, I'm gonna let her out. 1 second. Off you go. Right. If you see hear somebody barking, you know who that was. Okay. It's just too hot for her, so she's looking for a cooler place in the house. Anyway, so let's move on now to what I think will be a real killer thing. And I really think that, you know, the whole automation of the networks will play a larger and larger role. So more and more AI is being used by society. You know, the telco industry is using more and more of that within their own networks to configure the networks, to ramp up essentially, you know, the networking, to operate the network in a very efficient way, right? So we have a lot of AI running these days in the networks, but also the clients are using AI a lot, right? So you have more robots being used, more artificial intelligence being used by applications running on top of the networks. So what happened in the past is that we have created services by humans, right? So we created, let's say the voice service was created by human engineers for humans, video services, you know, multimedia services, and stuff like that. Then we introduced services for machines, okay, NB-IoT and all that, enhanced coverage, GSM, LTM, etc. So the engineers on the call will know what I'm talking about. But again, that was created by humans for machines. What I'm talking about is a future where machines create services for machines, okay? It's very different because we have a very discrete understanding how a service looks like. Machines will not care about this. They will not care about beauty. They will not care about this and that. They will just care about the utility of the services. So we can imagine a future where we will have services come and go. Some of them may stay for weeks or years. Others may just disappear disappear in milliseconds, right? Just as machines need to service themselves. So I really think, you know, 6G will be the beginning of a new era where these discrete services, which we have been designing as of now, will be replaced by a continuous spectrum of highly volatile services, okay? So that's essentially what I think will be a real game changer. And we're working on this, of course, here at King's College London. And it's one of our visions of the 6G ecosystem. Another vision I've been driving now for 2 weeks is on 2 years since 2018. In fact, we built first prototypes in 2018, is that whole notion around self-synthesizing networks. And it feeds really nicely into this notion of the services, which I'd shown you, the machine-driven services. So let's look on how networks are being built. Okay, so on the very left column, you see the whole process. It's research typically done by people like you and me. Then industry takes over and starts to build system designs. And then the ones they're happy with that, they bring it to standards. And once they're happy with that, they start prototyping. Or they do it the other way around, doesn't matter, right? So that's how it is. And then once everybody's happy, we start to deploy it, we configure it, and we operate it. And then you can use it. Now, in autonomous networks, which have taken off, in recent years, the last two segments are automated. Okay, so research, design, standards, and prototyping is still done by human engineers, but deploy, configure, and operations is largely done by SONs, so self-organizing networking mechanism, which is largely based on artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc. And still, somehow, we had hoped we would get our deployments reduced. So currently, as you go from 2G to 3G, 3G to 4G, 4G, 5G, we always needed about 10 years. Well, as we went into the 5G era, we only shaved off about 2 years. So it's 8 years that it took us to really deploy the networks. And it's really not what I want. I want innovation cycles where we actually forget about Gs altogether, okay? So I gave a keynote in 2014, I think it's on YouTube, where I've argued that, we need to come up with technology which accelerates innovation such that we can get rid of the notion of Gs altogether because we innovate in features rather than in systems, okay? 2014, I said it. People now start to discuss that. They're now starting to understand what I was saying back then. But one way of doing this is this new concept I've introduced called self-synthesizing networks. So the idea is really to replace the top three and maybe at least at the beginning, the top two methods here or procedures. So whilst research, at least in parts, is probably still be done human-driven, so don't worry, your PhDs and your postdocs and your academic careers are not yet in jeopardy, okay? But at least the system designs and the standards and prototyping should be done by machines. So what I'm really talking about here is AI designing systems, okay? So it is, imagine you got a paper published, you get it, published in IEEE Explore. Then the moment it gets published, a machine downloads it, it translates it to machine understandable code, verifies it, validates it, translates it into some embedded code, deploys it, tests it, and then deploys it globally, for use at global use. And you can do that, depending on your compute power. If you use a lousy machine like my laptop I'm using right here, you may need a month to do that. But if you use a powerful supercomputer, you can literally have this within seconds. Okay, within seconds. Let just this sink in for a moment, guys. You are publishing your IEEE Explorer paper, and by the IEEE stuff puts it online at, let's say, 12 p.m. New York time. At 12 p.m. and 10 seconds, the entire globe has your technology deployed because the machine AI has validated it, has translated it into something innovative, has standardized it within the machine world, has tested it, and scaled it to the entire planet, right? So that's a future I would like to see in the years to come. And when you have a future like this, who cares about generations, right? So why would we talk about 5G, 6G, 7G, 8G? So my prediction is, right? So my prediction is, using that graph I'd shown you at the beginning, that, I'm introducing this concept now in the 6G era. Probably will really take it seriously in the 7G era. We will consolidate it in 8G, and then 8G therefore will be our last generation. Okay, 8G will be our last generation. In 2013 or 14 in my keynote, I said 5G will be our last generation, but I'm revising this now 2 generations up. Okay, so how things go. But anyway, so I think you get the idea. I hope that these concepts excite you, and you're most welcome to work on this. We have a very good publication on this, which will come out soon, actually, which deals with self-synthesizing networks. So what does it mean from an architecture point of view? I just need to watch time a little bit. From an architecture point of view, so I'm not sure how many of you are on telecoms, it looks very complicated. In reality, it's super easy. I hope you can see my cursor. So we engineers like to talk in acronyms. So UE means user equipment, means nothing else but your mobile phone. So imagine there's a drone which reports some data to a drone operator. So it would use what we call the user plane. It means nothing else but the actual bits and bytes which connect you with the drone, the pipe here, which the data is being transmitted on. So the UE connects via a wireless interface to the radio access network, which then uses fiber to connect to a border router of the telco operator, goes in the data network. The data network routes it back to the border router of another operator. It goes all the way back to the radio access network, goes to the base station, wireless interface down to my mobile phone. So this is how it works, right? So this is our user plane. Now, to support all that shebang, we need a control plane, because somebody needs to make sure that you paid your bill, that you're authenticated, that you're not moving, or if you move, that you're being handed over the right base station, lots of stuff. So, and that is being done with the control plane, which is shown here. It used to be a very big monolithic server set, which was residing somewhere in the operator's premises. These days in 5G, it's all softwareized, right? So it's in fact following what we call a von Neumann architecture. So you have functions which communicate with each other via a message bus, and they would use APIs like HTTP or JSON to talk to each other. And therefore, if for instance, the authentication function needs to talk to the mobility function, they would use that message bus and these APIs to talk to each other. It's really great, actually. And each of these functions can be now ramped up as you need it. If you don't have any mobility because you're using an IoT sensor, that specific node, UE does need a mobility function. You can just save that space. And then you can do it per user. You can put these functions where you want because it's virtualized. You can run them on virtual machines or bare metal or on Kubernetes pods. It's really up to you. And it's really fascinating, right? So this is what we have today. What are we going to have tomorrow? We're going to have the same thing. So, right, so we still maintain our user plane. So you still see that stuff here, the data flowing. But one thing I've done here is I've shortened my transport link. If I go one slide back in 5G, I forgot to explain that. The distance between the radio access network and the border router can often be hundreds of kilometers. That really sucks, guys, right? Because what happens is that the telco operators, when they started building their telco ecosystem, the internet wasn't around. So they didn't have any networking infrastructure they could rely on to transmit your voice calls. So they build their own ones, and it's called the transport network. And it's essentially a private internet they're using now in UK, Finland, all over the world, right? So so I'm proposing, now that our network structure is so much better, we have internet everywhere, we can shorten that. So essentially get rid of these hundreds of kilometers long transport networks and just literally have operators communicate at very local breakout levels. Okay, that's the first thing we say. Then second thing we're saying, we are putting all these functions on what we call lambda functions. It's a very kind of emerging trend now in the computer industry. Rather than having whole images being created, you do just the needed functions and you execute those. So anybody in the audience who has ramped up a virtual machine know how much space it takes and how slow it is. You then move to Kubernetes, right? So, and then Kubernetes is not the answer either. So for instance, some of our AMF, for instance, the AMF pod is about 3 gigabytes when you compile that, right? So it's still quite large. So can we bring this down? Yes, we can. You therefore work with further, Lambda type of for Lambda type of services, okay? So there's a lot of stuff which is happening in the background which can happen. Then I also suggest to introduce a new plane. So in addition to the user plane and the control plane, we need what I call an AI plane, or call it simply a machine management plane. because in fact, as we have machines talk to machines, they will need their own language, their own ability to communicate with each other, and they will need its own control mechanism, which I propose to introduce through this AI plane. Okay, and all this could sit on and all this needs to be taken care of by means of orchestration, right? End-to-end orchestration. We could use frameworks like ONAP or Mano, and then we could put this stuff or part of that on blockchains to really maintain, the provenance of that, so we can start sharing different network infrastructures. We're working on this as well quite a lot. In fact, Kings is a co-founder of a blockchain standard in Etsy called PDL. I invite you to participate. We're currently standardizing the whole blockchain used in networking infrastructures. Very exciting stuff. Right, we're coming to the end now because I want to leave a bit of time for questions as well. So if you have any questions, guys, just type them in the chat. It's always a good way for me to pick them up. In the meantime, I'm just going to finish off with a few to-do things, which I think should still be done. We need to look still at super convergence. How can you make sure that networks of very different characteristics could be brought together? Non-IP based networking may come up again. We have tried many times to get rid of IP, but it is just so practical. So we'll see how that goes. We probably need a native open source support as well into these networks. We need to future-proof it. So currently we're designing our networks assuming a technology is there. But we can't do this anymore because we are always late by 10 to 20 years. If you think about it, AI, artificial intelligence, has really been introduced at production level, 10 years back. And it's only now that we are starting to use AI really at production level within our 3GPP networks, right? So this lag of 10 years is because the technology first needs to be here, and then we need to standardize it, and then we need to deploy it, right? So could you future-proof your networks by introducing hooks such that whatever new technology comes around in the next 10, 20, 30 years, you can actually bind it in, okay? Security needs to be there. I could spend another 2 hours on this. I'm going to skip that. The only thing I just want to talk about on this slide here is this privacy by engineering design. Something I actually worked on for quite a while as well. So people talk a lot about privacy by design, but I think it's scam. It's a real scam, right? So privacy by design means, you make sure that you bind in your privacy thinking from day one into your applications. So the result is now that we are clicking like crazy on the websites, on the apps we are downloading, that we agree with the terms and conditions, the T's and C's. Nobody reads these T's and C's anyway, and most likely you need the service so badly that you agree on this anyway. So therefore, there is no true privacy by design protection. However, what if we do what I suggested a few years back? In fact, we're looking now in ITF to see how we can standardize that or semi-standardize that within the ITF, is to make it essentially bring it down to layer 3 or layer 2. Okay, layer 3 at least IP, layer 2 maybe IEEE needs to be contacted on that. So think of it. Let's talk about layer 3, right? So if you look at the forwarding, IP forwarding, if a packet isn't encrypted, right, the router wouldn't forward that. Right. So, hey, why not, if the packet doesn't have a privacy flag set that's been privacy checked, privacy vetted, then you cannot forward that. Right. So therefore, only privacy vetted packets can pass through your infrastructure. And therefore, we could avoid scenarios where cameras are just filming, babies, and that is just being transmitted to the whole internet because the first router picking up on this would not allow that packet to go through. So therefore, privacy by engineering design, I think, will be the next big breakthrough from the privacy design point of view. All right, so coming to the end, just one more thing, quantum. You can't talk 6G without talking quantum. Quantum is very exciting. Anybody of you working in quantum, you have an exciting next, 10, 20 years ahead of you. It's a real, quantum leap, right? So we use that word for many years, but in this case, quantum is a true quantum leap in the literal and figurative sense. And quantum is great because it allows us to solve, polynomial, non-polynomial problems in linear time. Okay, so optimization problems such as scheduling problems, financial problems, salesman problems, anything you want to do, which normally a normal computer would take, even supercomputer would take billions of years to find the optimal solution. Quantum computers can do it in linear times. It doesn't mean they can do it in milliseconds because they themselves are quite slow, but they can do it in linear time. Now that's the good news. The bad news is that because they are so good, they are able to break all our ciphers, because the ciphers are built on our inability to crack these NP-complete problems, okay? So that means that all your financial transactions, emails, networks, anything you can think of is actually not secure anymore. And with quantum now becoming really operational, governments are now watching that, right? So we need to come up very quickly with solutions which help us to protect our infrastructure, even with quantum world coming around. So one way of doing it is to introduce quantum cryptography. So you would generate keys using quantum mechanisms. This protects really your infrastructure, okay? People are doing this. China is actually a pioneer in this. They really started with that, the quantum networking. The United States and Europe is now picking up on that. And that's all good. So I think, you know, I will have probably a quantum generator in my laptop, you know, in a few years' time in my mobile phone. But who's going to upgrade the billions and trillions of IoT sensors out there, right? So I don't think people will go out there and just change these sensors to make them quantum resistant. So therefore, we need something in between. Okay, we need something between our quantum compute era and the future quantum cryptography era. And this is, you know, what we worked on at King's, a digital cryptography, which works against quantum threats. And one of them is lattice cryptography. And we got a really interesting paper accepted last year. If you're into this, have a look. I think it's really worth reading. So I think this is this is an important area we need to bridge to make sure we get really securely into this quantum cryptography age in the next years to come. All right, I'm finishing here, guys. So we have a bit of time for Q&A. I hope questions are popping up in the chat, or you can ask as well, no problem. Just want to finish with that sentence here, right? So because often we as engineers, we do things 10 or 20 years ahead, and we get a lot of questions, why are you doing this? And how are you going to do that, right? So coming back to this leap of faith, you know, Hans Vestberg, the former chief executive of Ericsson and now the chief executive of Verizon, very smart person, you know, whom I knew who I know personally really well because he sponsored some of our research in King's. He said once, you know, we started to design 3G when the internet wasn't even truly around, and we started to design 4G when the smartphone wasn't invented yet, right? But then everything else fell in place. So therefore, you know, I'm telling you here, we started to design 5G when low latency synchronized reality wasn't around, and we started to design 6G when machines were not self-synthesizing yet, right? So you need to have a bit of faith there as an engineer, come up with the solutions, work towards that, and we can almost certainly be sure that applications will fall in place. And with that, I'm going to stop. I just show you here the view from my office. Those who have been to London will recognize the Big Ben, the House of Parliament, the London Eye. Down here, the building is actually the Somerset House, beautiful building. King's College tried to buy this building for the last 200 years. We finally got one of the wings where we have our arts collections and the Cultural Institute in there. It's a beautiful place. We currently have a forest in there. Literally, they planted a forest to make people aware of the climate change. That's where I'm going to go tomorrow. Enjoy coffee down there. Guys, when the lockdowns open up and you happen to be in London, you know, give me a shout and maybe we'll find a time for coffee. I'll show you what we're doing. All right. With that, I'm finishing. Thanks so much for sticking through, and let's go into any Q&A if you have any questions. All right, let's rock and roll now.
Yes, thank you very much. We've seen many questions in the chat. If there's something you could pick from there,
good.
Would be great.
All right, let me just put on my glasses. Sure. I'm getting older. Those of you who have known me for a few years. Well, anyway, so here we go. What do we have? Right. What advice would you give to a recent graduate who wants to continue as an entrepreneur? What service would you pay attention to? That's a good question, right? So I'm actually an entrepreneur. We didn't talk much about this. Today is more about the academic side. I have 5 companies, actually. So I've taken that entrepreneurship quite seriously over the last years, so translating academic research into innovation. When it comes to 5G, 6G ecosystem, right? So I think there's a real opportunity right now to work on the applications. Okay, so we have worked now on the networking side for a decade. We've come up now with a network which is very flexible, very low latency. You know, it is very reliable, but on top, we're still running Zoom. Okay, and what sense is there if your network does 1 millisecond, if Zoom takes 100 milliseconds to compress and decompress audio and video? So I think what the next kind of breakthrough would be, you know, this next Zoom plus, or, you know, Skype on steroids, whatever you want to call that. So if you guys, you know, if you're really looking for next $1 billion idea, I think this would be worth spending time on, right? So coming up with this new multimedia type of platform able to leverage on the low latency networks. That for me would be a good way to go, okay? I hope that I answered your question there, okay, Nikita? All right, Ate. What kind of extension threads does the new exponential growing connection bring for humankind? Right. Okay. So very, very philosophical question, but I think a very good question. So as you will know, you know, we have been talking about this moment of singularity for some time now. So there's a moment of singularity is really that moment when actually, I think an Oxford professor, who I think is a Finn actually, came up with that, where he observed in 2003, the moment that machines will learn quicker than how we teach them, we will have this moment of singularity, because they can create knowledge now at exponential pace, and therefore essentially make us superfluous, you know, fairly quickly, right? So we would have just been a small blip in the evolution for what comes behind. So, you know, some people say there's no threat, other people say there's a threat. And, you know, with the things I've seen what AI can do also, you know, having seen what Google DeepMind is doing, etc., I think there's a real threat. Okay, I think there's a real threat, and people woke up to this. Policymakers woke up to this. So we're starting to now look at building policies which would, you know, kind of make people aware of that and force engineering companies to come up with methods and methodologies which would prevent essentially that type of singular moment to occur. Okay, so therefore, I think the threat is real. Okay, I really think it's very real. And no single human has enough control over infrastructure anymore end-to-end, the internet, applications and all that. AI could potentially take really control of that, you know, maybe, you know, not even in a conscious way. It's just a side product of an emergent agent behavior, which happened to happen because everything is connected. And in fact, I wrote a policy paper on that with Cambridge. Okay, so if you're interested in this, I'm going to send you a Dropbox link on this policy paper in there. But you need to be conscious about this. If you work on AI, you need to be really working on the ethics of that as well. There need to be mechanisms in there which really make sure that AI cannot take over, right? Right, how do you see the process of satellite connectivity, Starlink? Yeah, so I think it's really great, particularly for the long tail, right? So Starlink probably will not be able to address the, let's say the broad coverage, which we need to really get low latency services going at the edge. But long tail, you know, getting coverage into rural areas, into remote areas, you know, of which you Nordic countries have a lot. We in the UK have a lot. You know, think of India, of Africa, South America, and you know, or the back end, you know, the outback of Australia. So there are a lot of places which will really, really profit from Starlink. And interestingly, you know, if you look at the latency. If you look at the end-to-end latency over long distances, Starlink is actually better, okay? Because the majority of that link is in free space optical, where speed of light is about 30% quicker than in fiber. So therefore, to no surprise, as you can imagine, all the financial companies woke up as well and said, hey, Elon Musk, we would like to have our part of the share as well, because I think we can shave off some 5 milliseconds over the current fiber links we have. So in case you ever wondered who's paying for the Starlink gig, okay? So yeah, I see a future. I really see a future there. Do we need to revise strategy for infrastructure and global to connect basically everything that moves? Yeah, I think we do need. And we are working on this with the Infrastructure Project Authority, IPA, here in the UK, exactly on that problem. So it's a great observation you made there. And in that, you know, particularly how can we bundle infrastructure deployment? So it seems fairly odd that we are happy to spend about 100,000 pounds per 1 meter road we are building, or 20,000 pounds we are spending for 1 meter electricity line, right? And then we struggle to pay 50 cents for 1 meter fiber deployment. So the first thing I think which needs to be clarified is across different departments, how can you build a digital backbone of dark fiber with any of the big infrastructure projects you do in the country anyway, right? So if you build a new highway, make it mandatory to put 100 dark fiber strains as part of the road. Maybe nobody's going to use it for the next 5 years, but at some point, you know, you have that infrastructure there. From a cost point of view, it's 10 pounds more. Nobody's ever going to notice, right? So therefore, this barrier busting thinking across different departments and governments is very important. And in fact, the UK government thought it's so important that we do have a barrier busting team in place now, which is doing nothing else but that. All right, so in how does 6G change that further? Yeah, in 6G, I think we need to make sure we really get this right, because we need something what I call impedance matching. Okay, so impedance matching, you will know that from your engineering days, right? So if you put two cables together and they're not really impedance matched, the energy will flow back. So in 6G, we're now talking about creating, you know, terahertz links. So potentially using, you know, 100 gigabits of 20 gigahertz of spectrum, pumping through terahertz of data rate, and that will be on the wireless edge. Now, if your radio access network on its front haul, mid haul, and back haul cannot support that data rate, then that wireless link is useless, right? And if the back end, the transport network cannot support the data rates, it's useless. So we need to come up with an impedance matched model where we know that in 5-10 years time, our front, mid, back haul and transport networks will essentially have a capability of, let's say, 1 terabit per second, okay? Then I know that the maximum I should aim for on the wireless interface is 1 terabits per second, right? Or you do it the other way around. So I think 6G, because we're going to be pumping through so much data on the interface, we need to get that infrastructure investment to get, you know, small cells, you know, fiber backhaul and transport network really sorted out. Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm going to send you the link as well in a moment. So, and then Manish asked a question for any generation, the investment in infrastructure plays a vital role. Would 5G be a bridge between past and future generations, or is it to be replaced like 4G or early? Yeah, it's a good question, Manish. So, you know, think of every generation we introduce as a big hungry monster, right? So it's always eating up the previous generations. 4G has cost the operators so much money. And in fact, the operators haven't paid that themselves. They go to big investment houses and they want the money back. So therefore 4G will not be switched off. And 5G will be embracing 4G, you know, both from a spectrum point of view as well as from an infrastructure point of view. Now, if I zoom out, you know, a little bit, so, you know, I think 2G is a great generation, really great. And you know, people talked about switching it off for a long time, but it provides great coverage. It's now connecting a lot of devices through enhanced coverage GSM methods. Elderly people use it quite a lot, so probably it will be switched off at some point. But I think it's just a fantastic, you know, engineering result. Okay, 3G sucks from beginning to end. So really, apologies for using such blunt language. It's just an engineering mistake. And we made the mistake because Qualcomm came with a prototype to the standards meetings. Everybody thought it was a great idea. They started implementing, building that. And, you know, I think everybody is very excited to switch off 3G as soon as possible. 4G is great, okay? I think 5G is great. So let's see, I think we'll keep 2G for quite a while, but 4G, 5G will coexist for a long time. And I think 6G will be no difference, okay? Right, okay, brilliant. Okay, guys, I see you're very happy. Before you drop, let me just get that policy paper for you. 1 second, and then we're gonna break. I'm just gonna get this very quickly. Where is that? My Cambridge paper. Global digital governments. So that's a policy paper I have done with Cambridge. 1 second, I'm just going to send you a Dropbox link here and you can just download that, okay? All right, guys, fantastic. You're most welcome. Fantastic questions, guys. It's a pity I can't be with you physically and in person. Maybe next year, who knows? Let me know when you're in London You take good care, okay?
Yes, thank you very much. This was such an amazing lecture. As we always told the students, we don't want engineering solutions, we want creative solutions on how to use the technology. This is such a perfect lecture for that. Thank you very much.
All right, guys, take care. Cheers, bye-bye.
Bye. ready for you.
Yes, thanks. So let me turn on the video so that you also can see us. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sarah Ruepp, and together with my colleague Martin Petersen, we will give this lecture today about Introduction to IoT, Internet of Things, focusing on trends, tendencies, and use cases. And thank you very much for this
recording in progress
of giving this lecture today. So Martin and I, we both have a PhD within telecommunications. And during the last couple of years, we have mainly been working on Internet of Things. My background is from reliable communication systems, and Martin's background is from optical communication, components and infrastructure. But during the last years, IoT has been becoming more and more popular. So we've also been working a lot in these areas. So the key take-home point for the lecture here today is that after the lecture here, you should be able to have an understanding on what IoT is, and you should be able to know the components of the IoT ecosystem. Also, we will introduce to you the main communication technologies that are used in the IoT world, and we will give you some examples of use cases for Internet of Things. So what is IoT? Well, if you look into the definition of IoT, Internet of Things, it is actually quite long. So what is written there is that the Internet of Things, or IoT, is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, object, animals, or people that are provided with unique identifiers and the ability to transfer data over a network without requiring human-to-human or human-to-computer interaction. So very long definition. But basically what it is that we can take a bunch of things and connect them to the internet. So when we first had communication networks, the first phase of communication, we used to connect buildings. So when we wanted to get hold of a person, we couldn't call that person directly, but we had to call that person's household, and from then ask for the actual person to talk to and get in touch with that person. The second phase of communication was that we were able to directly connect with the person we wanted to talk to. So we started to get mobile phones. You can call the person you want to talk to directly. And then now finally, we have the third phase of communication where we are connecting things. So all kinds of things can be connected to the internet and potentially talk to each other. So why should we connect things? Well, if we have certain things in our environment, for example, sensors that can measure things, these measurement values, they aren't really worth a lot if we cannot read them and read them remotely. So it's important that they can be connected to each other. And then finally, even when we have these values and we can read them, what we still need to have is some kind of function or service that can create some value for the user. So in the example here, we can see that if we have a sensor that can measure whether a car is parked in a certain parking lot, that doesn't give us a lot of value if we need to go to the actual parking lot, look at the sensor and see if the car is parked there or not. We can just look at the car and see if it's there. If we then have the connection phase where these sensors can be read remotely, and this information can be used to create, for example, a parking guidance system, then we can see that we can have some real value for the users. So IoT has, during the last years, evolved from something that was more a gadget type of thing to some applications that have some real business values to users. So some of the first IoT things that were mentioned were like smart fridges that could order milk, or lamps that could be turned on and off. But now we can see IoT entering all kinds of domains and industrial processes where they gain more and more importance. IoT growth is projected to be really, really big. So we had the first wave of IoT, which were connected consumer electronics. So that was these gadgety type of things with smart fridges and PlayStations and smart watches and all these kind of stuff. Then in the second phase, we started to see connected industry, where IoT has been entering some of the main plants, warehouses, and the logistics sector. And then the third wave, we start to see a more or less connected society where IoT is entering more and more areas of our lives. And we can see that the projected growth is that we should have around 50 billion IoT units in 2025, and then 125 billion units in 2030. So this is really an area with a lot of growth. So why is it so important to make things smart? Well, we can see some use cases here with smart trash cans, because sometimes when you have trash cans, they can get overfilled. But the problem is that they are generally emptied on a fixed schedule. So sometimes you risk coming to a trash can that is completely overfilled, or a trash can that is completely emptied and that actually shouldn't be emptied right now. But if you can have some kind of sensor where you can measure how much the trash can is filled, then if we start to have the situation where the trash can is filled, you can send a message from the sensor with the mic. Other IoT examples include applications like asset tracking, where you can go in and track certain valuables you have. You can track parcels, persons, pets, cars, and so on, anything that presents value to you. Then we have energy control, where we can go in and, for example, control our heating systems based on sensor measurements and weather forecasts. We have a lot of IoT applications in smart farming application, both for crops and for animals. The logistics sector heavily depends on IoT, so that is both for transporting goods, but also to locate things, both during transportation process, but also within warehouses. Then we have all kinds of industrial processes that can be supported with IoT applications. And then finally, an area where we see huge growth is health applications, where IoT devices start to get incorporated in things like smart bracelets, smart clothing, and all other kinds of telehealth applications. What belongs to an IoT system? So an IoT system comprises of a multitude of different things. First of all, on top, we have the sensor here. So the sensor goes in and actually measures what kind of data we are supervising. So we can go in and measure, for example, a temperature or a location or how much it rains and so on. This information is then processed by the microcontroller. So this could be something like an Arduino type setup or all kinds of more advanced microcontrollers. From there, the data is then sent towards the communication infrastructure using certain protocols. This could be, for example, Wi-Fi, but it could also be protocols that have been specifically tailored for these IoT applications. So that could be narrowband IoT, LoRa, Sigfox, and so on. And we will come back to these communication technologies later in the lecture today. Once we have sent the data, it will then be stored in a cloud system or backend. So this could be any commercial systems like Azure or ThinkSpeak, Amazon Web Service, and so on. But it could also be your own server where you can store and process the data. And once the data is processed, it will then need to be presented to the user through some kind of user interface. So this could be very simplistic, just like LEDs flashing in different colors, or could be like a 2-line displays, or it could also be more advanced things like app or web applications. And then the final category here is something called feedback. And that means that based on what you measure on your sensor value, you're actually going to execute an operation. So, for example, if we look at the IoT system here, and we then have a plant, and in case we're not very good at watering it, at some point it will not survive. So we need to make sure that that we can keep a good look on the state of the plant. So what we can do is to put in a sensor in the soil here so that it can measure the humidity in the soil. And these humidity values are then processed on the microcontroller and then sent via a communication protocol to the internet. From there, it will be processed in a backend system and then visualized to the user. And then the system can be in such a way that the feedback can either be user initiated, so the user can press a button, or maybe we also have an automatic setting that if the sensor value passes a certain threshold, then we could turn on a small pump and water our plant so that it will still be in good shape. Also, there are different demands for different kinds of services. And these different demands are normally categorized in categories called latency, reliability, and security. So, for example, if we have an IoT system for our hobby garden, then we have different requirements than if we are looking into big logistics or industrial processes or even medical application. And that also means that depending on what kind of requirements that you have for your application, it also has an effect on the complexity of your IoT system in the end. So we talked about that in Internet of Things, we want to have sensors and we want to collect these sensor values. And then in order to process them to make some value for the user, we somehow need to send this data to the internet and the backend to process it. So what kind of technologies could we use? And now we will look into some of these technologies that could be applied. So in traditional IoT, when we first started to have IoT applications, we used to have these kind of categories here, where we either were using traditional GSM or 3G, 4G technology, or we were using Wi-Fi and Bluetooth to connect our devices to the internet. However, the problem was that these technologies, they used a lot of energy, and some of them, they only had a very short reach, and they had way too much bandwidth for what we actually needed to do. So, I mean, we only want to send a small sensor value, so we don't need all the bandwidth, for example, Wi-Fi can provide. So what we need is that we would like to have some small units that can send a little bit of data, but over very long distances, and that they will have a long lifetime, and that they should be very cost efficient. So for short distance, we do have some technologies that have some promising tendencies for these applications. So that could be things like Bluetooth or Bluetooth Low Energy, Wi-Fi, RFID, and so on. But in the short range, we only used to have GSM or 3G, 4G, but these technologies, they are not very energy efficient. So we start to see the advent of some new technologies for specifically designed for low power WAN networks. And these are called narrowband IoT, which runs in the licensed band and is run by telecom operators using their existing networks. And you need to have a SIM card to run it. But also we see some technologies that are running in the open spectrum. for example, Sigfox, which is run by a Sigfox network operator, or LoRaWAN, which is completely open and is more a community-based setup. Also, if we look at these technologies, we can see clearly illustrated here that there is a big difference between how far that they can reach, how much data they can send, and how energy efficient they are. And we are mainly interested in the technologies out to the right, because we don't need to send a lot of data, but we need to send it very long distance, and also they should be energy efficient. If we then try to categorize our IoT devices, we can see that we can categorize it in the category called personal area network here at the bottom. So that are IoT devices that are mainly connected to the smartphone, so like sports devices and so on. Then we have local area network devices. So these are devices that are mainly connected to Wi-Fi. So that could be something that is in the home or building. And then finally, we have IoT for long-range devices. So that is where the sensor data needs to be sent over big distances. And that is the wide area networks. And now we will look into some of these LPWAN communication technologies, and I will hand over to Martin.
Thank you. Yes, so we will dig further into these new emerging technologies that Sarah just mentioned that are for mainly long distances. So we're not going to be concerning ourselves with the local area networks or the personal area networks, but in particular this wide area networks. So several kilometers of transmission. For this, we have the three technologies that Sarah has mentioned already, Sigfox and LoRa and narrowband IoT. So we will have a short overview of the differences and overlaps also within these technologies. First of all, the first distinguishing that we can do is to divide them into two segments. We have the non-cellular IoT technologies, and this is LoRa and Sigfox. This is also what we call the technologies that are running in the so-called open spectrum. I will get back to this in a moment. On the other hand, we have the cellular IoT technologies. These are the ones you know as, of course, 5G, which is part of the IoT for cellular, but also narrowband IoT and LTE-M. The cellular IoT means that it's run by the operators, such as it could be Telia, it could be TDC here in Denmark, or Telenor. So the usual operators that we are familiar with. So if we start out with the non-cellular or the open band technologies, we are discussing Sigfox and LoRaWAN, and these are both technologies running in this open band that I mentioned again of 868 megahertz. So this is an open band, which means that the government in most European countries and actually all over the world has set certain limitations to how you can use different frequencies in certain bands, frequency bands. So they have reservations for some things, like for ambulances and for police and television and other things, but they also have these open bands. And this is an example here where you see an illustration showing a part of an open band from 863 megahertz up to 870, sorry. And what you see is that there are specific requirements for, depending on, you can say, which frequency area you want to use. You have here a power limitation where there is a limit to how much power you can transmit. And there's also something called a duty cycle, which is illustrated here. So if we take, for example, this section here from 868 megahertz, this is where we find the best use for Sigfox and for LoRaWAN. And when I'm talking about a 1% duty cycle, that means that a unit or a device can transmit 1% of the time. After that transmission, it needs to be quiet 99% of the following time. So if I spend 1 second transmitting a set of data, the device needs to be quiet for the remaining or the following 99 seconds. The reason for this is because the band is open, meaning that everybody can use it free of charge, but we all need to share it. So it's a fair share policy where, yeah, you'll talk and you'll be quiet. That is basically the idea behind it. And this is as well combined with the fact that you have this limitation in power. So you cannot transmit, you know, very high powers, which is, by the way, fine for us because we want long battery lifetime. So again, this is where we find the Sigfox and LoRa technologies in this 868 megahertz band. This is the case for Europe. In the United States, for example, they have 910 megahertz as their open LoRa and Sigfox spectrum. In Asia, it's again different, and Australia may again have different restrictions on this. But fortunately, in Europe, we agree that this is what we do. So let me jump to Sigfox. So Sigfox is a French-developed technology. It's proprietary, meaning that it's not open. A lot of the technology is basically kept secret. Yeah, and then it works in different countries in the way that the technology is licensed. So, for example, in Denmark, we have a company called IoT Denmark. They have the rights to be Sigfox operators in Denmark, meaning that you can buy a subscription and then make use of the network. So it's working in 868 megahertz, as I mentioned already. It works physically.
Recording stopped.
Of a ultra narrowband form of communication. So it's a very, very narrow spectrum of data that is created and sent. You can only send 12 bytes, and you can do that 140 times per day. So again, this clearly illustrates that you need to take care of your requirements, or you need to observe your requirements for a certain application, at least that in this case, you can only send 140 times per day. Sigfox works in the way that it's sending the same data package 3 times. And this is done in order to, it's a form of redundancy, you can say. So if the first package doesn't go through, there is another 2 attempts at receiving the data. Each data package is sent at 3 different frequencies. And yes, bear in mind that it's basically a copy of the same data that is sent 3 times. You'll also see here that to send 1 data frame here, it spends 2 seconds in transmission time. It takes this long to transmit 12 bytes because the data rate is extremely low. It's 100 bits per second. So it takes a while. The problem with this is, first of all, that our transmitter has to be on for 2 seconds, which can be a reasonable amount of time if you think of power consumption. But it also means that you spend a lot of duty cycle, of course, in those totally 6 seconds that you spend transmitting 1 set of data. So again, adhering to the 1% duty cycle, you would need to be quiet for 6 times 99 seconds after this. I just need to move this. Yes, and just to give some examples of these 12 bytes, or to illustrate what this means in terms of how much data you can transmit, we have some examples here. So for example, a set of GPS coordinates requires 6 bytes, so that's half of your payload. Temperature is 1 or 2 bytes. You can send a number digits of a few digits, yes. For example, speed reporting for 1 byte, or a yes or no or on or off or something like this. So as you can imagine, you need to carefully consider what it is you want to send when you package your data with Sigfox. LoRaWAN is another technology that is working in this open spectrum. Contrary to Sigfox, it's a totally open technology, meaning that everybody can read into and have access to all documentation of technologies used for this LoRaWAN standard. It's also a community-based standard, meaning that major technology companies have gone together in a consortium to agree on how LoRaWAN should be defined. This is a good thing because it means you have a technology backup, you can say, for the technology. Contrary to Sigfox, LoRaWAN uses something called a broadband or spread spectrum modulation. Remember, Sigfox was extremely narrowband, but LoRaWAN is very broadband. Broadband in the sense that it's still IoT, so we're not talking, video conversations or anything like that, but it's relatively broadband. It can transmit under the noise floor, so in the radio ether, you have a lot of noise, as you have in the normal world, audible noise. You have the same thing in the radio world, you can say. So you have all kinds of apparatus transmitting and making noise. So the advantage with LoRaWAN is that it can actually transmit inside this noise spectrum. This is one of the reasons why it, with very low power, can actually transmit 10-20 kilometers. It has a variable bit rate, so unlike Sigfox that had a set bit rate of 100 bits per second, LoRaWAN can be varied from 250 bits up to 11 kilobits. This gives some advantages in terms of fitting in your, you can say, your application. If you have a higher bit rate use, you have a choice or a possibility to accommodate that at least. So speaking just a little bit about modulation, because this is something that also makes the different technologies different. Amplitude modulation is something you may know from radio amateurs or these radio stations that you tune into once in a while when there's a lot of noise or some foreign languages going on. It's a way of modulation that is very simple. You communicate your information by turning on and off the signal. This could be a radio signal, it could be an optical signal, it could be whatever you have, a flashlight as such. Then you have frequency modulation. This you also know from your FM radio in your car. This is how a lot of the radio signals are transmitted. The way this works is that rather than turning on and off a signal, we are switching between two frequencies. So one frequency means 1, and a slightly different frequency means 0. This way of transmitting has some advantages when we're talking electronics, so this is why this is often preferred. And I should say frequency modulation is the way that Sigfox works. It is using frequency modulation. Finally, we have the complicated one that is used by LoRa. It's called chirp spread spectrum. It's very difficult to pronounce, and it's a very it's a relatively advanced form of modulation, where instead of turning on and off a signal or switching between two different frequencies, you're basically sweeping. You're sweeping from a low frequency to a high frequency. So this becomes a symbol. Then it starts over and makes another sweep, and this is another symbol. Symbols can then be varied in length, as you can see down here. So a shorter chirp means another symbol, or a down chirp, like you see here, is again another symbol. So this here is an example of the beginning of a LoRa frame, where we have a preamble of 8 symbols, those up chirps that you see here. Then we have 2 synchronization symbols, the down chirps that we see here. And then we have 5 data symbols. So this is the data information that we want to transmit. And then it all starts over again with a preamble that is beginning over here. This way of modulating the signal is basically the physical reason that LoRa is functioning inside the noise band, as I mentioned before, and it's also the reason that it's very noise resistant as such, and it's capable of transmitting several kilometers. If we make an illustrational comparison between the narrowband signal here, Sigfox, and the relatively broadband LoRa signal, it would look like this. This is a frequency spectrum we see the intensity of the power here, and we have the frequency down on the x-axis. You can see how the noise is illustrated here with these green bars. So now we move on to the licensed technologies, more particularly LTE-M and narrowband IoT. And again, these are technologies that are offered by the operators, typically the well-known operators, as I mentioned, Telia and Telenor and so forth. And before we throw ourselves into the new technologies of narrowband and LTE-M, I just want to set the scene a little bit for the mobile history, how it has evolved throughout the years. We started out in the 80s with 1G. This was when you saw cell phones the size of small suitcases. They were extremely expensive, and the coverage was quite limited. This was purely for voice, and was replaced by 2G around the 90s, where we saw, of course, voice continuing, but also we started seeing SMS data and some very, you can say, primitive use of data in the form of WAP or WAP, or how you pronounce it. Then we moved on to 3G around 2000, and we saw a little bit of the possibilities that we have today of streaming, or at least downloading a video, watching a video on our phones, and it became more of a multimedia device. This fully came into hand in at 4G, where we have several megabits. We can watch Netflix on our cell phones and all the things that you're familiar with. With 5G, we'll see even further enhancements. This is in terms of, for example, critical communication, where you can have some more guarantees in terms of data being delivered, in terms of delays and resilience, and the things that Sarah mentioned earlier also. But a part of it is also LTE-M and narrowband IoT, and you can see here it's overlapping 4G to 5G. This is because some of these additions has already been enrolled now, where we typically see mostly 4G still, but we also see LTE-M and narrowband IoT have being added on to the networks. So these are the IoT cellular technologies that we have available today. And yes, let's indeed remember that contrary to LoRa and Sigfox that we saw before, that have this duty cycle limitation, we do not have duty cycle limitations for the cellular technologies. This is because the operators have purchased the rights to use the frequency that they're using, so they do not need to share these frequencies with anybody. They have, they can use it as much as they want, I would want to say. And also the power limitations are much more forgiving in terms of how much transmission power you can use. I still do want to remind you though that if we remove the duty cycle restrictions and we start transmitting more, this does also have an influence of your power consumption, of course, as it does when you start transmitting with higher powers. So the way the ecosystem, or the way that the cellular networks or technologies here are constructed is very similar actually to how we see it in the non-cellular technologies. We have our devices, we have our base stations or gateways or whatever we choose to call them. They will capture the radio signal and then forward it to the core network of the operator. This can be over a fiber, typically an optical fiber. From this core network, we forward the data to an IoT platform. We can do certain accounting, management, and whatever we need to do in order to assure the signal is, or the data is ending up at the right application or to the right user. So just to compare narrowband and LTE-M, because at this point, until this point, I have just talked about them as general cellular technologies. There are some differences, of course, and these are quite important because they do cover different use areas, you can say. So first of all, they're both licensed, as I mentioned. They have no duty cycle restrictions. But other than that, the difference lies in the narrowband IoT has a smaller bandwidth than LTE-M. So you can say, okay, so what? Well, that has some implications on the data rates, and these are maybe more interesting and relevant. So you can see download and upload is around 250 kilobits per second for narrowband. So this is comparable or in the region of the highest of LoRa, LoRaWAN, still higher with narrowband. But with LTE-M, you have up to 1 megabits per second, which means that you can actually send, you can say some kind of imaging. You can have some kind of voice communication as well. So we are out of the 12 bytes limitations of Sigfox for sure. Within reach, they are comparable in reach to LoRa and Sigfox, but you will see that narrowband has a better link budget, as it is called, of 164 dB. That is end-to-end loss that can be accepted. It gets, of course, a little technical going further into this, but in practice, it means that narrowband has a pretty good chance of reaching deep indoor, as it's called. This could be inside big buildings, it could be even into basements, or to some extent underground reach, something that is very difficult, as you know, just with a normal cell phone. Cost-wise, narrowband is expected to be cheaper, and this is simply because the modules for building a module that is slower bitrate-wise it is cheaper. Often we see, though, that both technologies are built into the same devices or the same modules, but in principle, you can make narrowband cheaper, a cheaper technology. Battery lifetime, yeah, so it is expected 5 to 10 years. You can say for LTE-M, plus 10 years for narrowband. This largely depends on how you use your device. If you have it turned on all the time, of course, it will be much less. If you put a huge battery on, it will be, yeah, very good. So it's all, you know, a very difficult thing to say exactly how long battery life could be of a device, but in principle, it could reach 10 plus years. And finally, just to keep in mind, this is a very important difference to the open technologies, that transmission time is not limited. It's of course limited to how much power you want to spend on your device, but it is not duty cycle restricted. So again, for certain applications in health, in other time critical things, the cellular technologies like LTE-M and narrowband IoT are more relevant than the limited duty cycle limited technologies. And speaking about use cases, we can also divide narrowband IoT and LTE-M into two different categories. With narrowband IoT, it is primarily aimed at what we call massive IoT. So we're talking about a larger number of devices which should have a very low cost and also very low energy consumption because it needs to last a long time. And they definitely would have small data volumes, so you have to limit how much data you need to transmit. So sensors, for example, would be an obvious use for this. Could also be trackers, it could be many other things, but the more, you can say, simple devices. On the other hand, you have LTE-M, which is could be a support of what we call the critical IoT, where we have something that needs to be very reliable. We have to have low latency, meaning that we cannot accept, it takes a long time from the point we transmit data until it is received at the user. And we also want very high availability, meaning that the device should be available network-wise when we require it to be. So as you can imagine, this could be traffic safety, traffic control systems. It could also be smart grid or industrial applications where you want to control a certain process. or it could be health applications where you have a heart monitor that you need to be pretty sure that it's transmitting the vital data when you want to. So finally, technology-wise, here is an overview, a comparison between LoRa and Sigfox and LTM and narrowband IoT. And we brought in GSM just for the fun of it. We haven't discussed it, but you all recall GSM, I'm sure. So I just took out 3 parameters here that are interesting that I would like to keep in mind. First of all, that LoRa and Sigfox, they work in this open spectrum or unlicensed band, as it's also called. It has some power limitations, so you have a cap of how much transmission power you can use. You also have the duty cycle restrictions, as we've talked about, and of course you have some max payload size that you need to consider. This is built into the technology. For example, you see the maximum of 12 bytes that can be sent per frame with Sigfox. On the other hand, we have LTM and narrowband IoT. They are licensed technologies. You will see that they can transmit a higher level of power. They're not limited in duty cycle, and the maximum payload size is considerably larger than what we see from the unlicensed technologies. This is not to say that any technology is better than any other. It's just a matter of finding the right technology for the right application and making sure that that you can fit within these limitations and requirements that you have.
Yeah, so finally, if you are interested in this topic, we offer quite a bit of courses at the DTU. So we teach 6 different IoT courses, both in spring semester, autumn semester, and during like shorter intensive courses in January. And that contains everything from IoT protocols to programming projects with Arduino, microcontroller programming, and security for IoT. So if you're at some point maybe looking for studying a semester abroad, then please you can check that out. And with that, we would like to end our presentation for today, and would just like to ask if there are some questions.
If you're still awake.
If there happens to be some questions to the professors, please feel free to ask now or type to the chat.
Yeah, we'll also look in the chat. Else, if you don't have questions right now, but maybe have some things that you would like to get clarified later on, we also posted our email addresses here on the last slide. So in case you would like to get in touch with us, then please feel free to reach out.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for the super interesting lecture. As the project's works are mostly traditional businesses trying to scale the production to 5G compatibility and enable the production lines with IoT devices. This is super important lecture for the challenges. So this will be available as a recording to the students. So I think that then there might be some questions later on if some occur.
Yes, and we have also provided our slides to Laura.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So she has them as well.
Yes, great. Thank you both for the lecture.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and have a great afternoon.
Yes, you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the last lecture of today. We have Professor Matti Rossi from the Aalto University School of Business telling us about 5G affecting the demand for ICT and especially the know-how end of experts. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So I'm Matti Rossi from Aalto University School of Business. I will talk to you about how the demand for ICT know-how changes. Feel free to interrupt me, and I will have some 10 minutes for comments, questions in the end, but you can interrupt me either through chat or just talking in here and tell if something is not understandable. I will be talking to you quite little about 5G, and much more about services on top of it and how those change the need for specialists. I will in the next couple of slides explain my background, and also that gives you the idea of why I talk about this way. And then I'll use some World Economic Forum materials for what kind of experts are needed. Then I give you some case examples which hopefully shed light on this. So my academic background is here. Interesting things maybe. I'm currently at this new building, or still quite new building of Aalto School of Business in actually in Espoo. Did all of my studies at University of Jyväskylä in Finland. Actually, I remember when I was finishing my thesis, I was at Georgia State University as a visiting assistant professor, and I was teaching C++ coding for students in there, and then I said that I received my PhD in economics, and they were quite taken by it that I'm a programmer and I have a PhD in economics, but that's how it was at that time. This was in the 90s, quite heavy. I was there, I learned Fortran, C++, and I originally started with Pascal. I visited several places in US, Georgia State, then in Netherlands, RSM Erasmus for 1 year, and the Claremont Graduate College, and NYU Stern last time. And I guess you have already heard about the building below. I must say just that I was involved in the business school building design, or not design, but rather oversight of it building, and I was partially responsible for overseeing that the technology, IT technology works in there, and this has some connections to what we talk about in here, that we had ideas about having quite a few sensors built in there, but it didn't work out. But, then I learned about fiber optic cables in there actually quite well, because we had all of the technology worked quite well, but then there were some places where fiber cables for actually delivering video had to be put into the classrooms after the fact. And the issue was that it was on the floor, and it really, really easily breaks, and then everything breaks down. So wireless might be better in there. Then I would like to also talk about a little bit about my business background. Part of our doctoral work in Jyväskylä was that we had this company which still sells tools for software development. I was one of the founders 30 years ago. This was Byte, if anybody remembers Byte magazine. Probably most of you are not born when it ceased to exist, but it was a CBIT finalist for most innovative products. And I can post that Nokia used our code in all series 40 feature phones. So phones before smartphones, we actually had code generators that generated code for those. A former board member at Qt, which is a publicly traded company selling open source software. Much of it actually deals directly with what we talk about in here today. It is software development tools for advanced displays in, say, cars, in your set-top boxes. And if you look at the picture on the top right hand side, I'm there installing a new version of software for my boats, boat in sub-zero temperatures a couple of years ago. And this is a advanced plotter which runs partially on Qt code. So into the actual topic, how does 5G change the demand for IT specialists? And here, as a software person, I will not spend too much time with the physical technology side. I see 5G as much more about software and software-defined services than physical network components. The physical network has to be there, and you need to have huge amounts of fiber optic backbone, and then you have to have the endpoints in there. But really interesting things are the new devices which can use really low power and send messages, send data streams to background services, cloud services, and so on. And then this will create a huge explosion, especially through Internet of Things, of new devices and services. And this is the big thing in here. Humongous amounts of data streams will be generated with these. I will actually talk in the few next slides about this data streams, but I see this as the key issue that there will be huge demand for applications and services that store, analyze, and process the data. You can have nearly everything that sends data. For example, I can literally see from the window, I'm in our cottage in countryside in central Finland. I can literally see the cell tower from here that transmits this through a 4G modem. We have a 4G wireless base station in here, and it works very well now. I know in a couple of weeks it won't work as well because there are a few hundred others who will be watching the football games and so on in here, and we are all sharing the same tower, but it works quite well. But yesterday we had power outage in here. Power outage is kind of interesting in the countryside. We had 10-hour power outage, and so of course then I won't have a cellular router, but I can still get access through my phone, but unfortunately only with 3G. And 3G also, even if the tower is nearby, but the tower is also on backup power, and it doesn't give you a very good signal. Even talking was at times difficult. Then how I learned that life is back. Suddenly the 4G comes alive, and then next thing the power comes back, and I hear power coming back because our dishwasher sends beeps which tell that it is connected to the network. I think this is a good example of how these things are going to work. I am willing to send information from my dishwasher. I actually have 2 dishwashers that are connected to the net. And I'm willing to send information to the network for parties who say what they do with those. And I hope that they will give me back services that are really useful. I find it quite amusing when I actually had to, after installing the dishwasher, I had to perform an update on its software. And this is what you will see a lot more in the future. So where do the jobs go? Here, this is reasonably boring list. So on the left side, you have increasing demand, and on the right side, you have decreasing demand. On the increasing demand point side, I would like to highlight, of course, data analysis scientists, AI and machine learning, big data. Then look at these next ones. Digital marketing, digital strategy specialists, business development professionals, digital transformation specialists, and so on and so forth. Most of these are actually software people, and not only those who code the low-level services. Many of these are people who envision how we are going to use these services in the future. And because of the explosion of the data, there will be much more need for organizing the data, providing services on top of it. And companies will also need some people who can make sense of the data that is created through these new possibilities. At the same time, the Internet of Things specialists and different security services will be needed quite much when nearly everything is connected to the net. The risks of some boring device in your network having, say, fixed password in its code, which you can't change, gives huge backdoors. And these we need people who analyze these and also who will secure our homes and our businesses from those. Where there's decreasing demand, most of these are quite to be expected, but some of these you might want to notice that some of these are quite nice white-collar works like accounting and audit, business services managers, and so on. In financial analysts, I also see that they are going down in these. So whereas on the left side, you have fintech engineers, you have digital transformation specialists, you have financial analysts on the right side going down. These are interesting things that are happening. And these are used for 25. So this is not a distant future that we are talking about. Where we have the most jobs to be had, artificial intelligence, there will be huge amounts of work available. Same data scientists and data engineers. This is interesting because we actually, in the business school, we train data scientists, less so data engineers, but this I believe that will be important, but still, and those big data developers and data analysts, but still the analytics specialists and those developing these analytics. So analytics consultants, service consultants will be those where the big possibilities are. Are there any questions or comments at this time? Do you see this going this way, or do you believe that many of even these works will be automated away by artificial intelligence?
I think that the usual trend is for the data engineers and artificial intelligence to be to learn more independent thinking. So maybe that could be something that is going to automate at some point.
To a certain degree, yes, it will be automated away, but then there will be always in a way higher up the ladder thinking about how to do this. If we reach singularity and there will be AI that will actually develop new AI can develop new AI, then we are all doomed work-wise. But I was told when I started my studies, career studies in 1992, that there will be soon things that will automatically generate programs for us, and I was really interested in that, and I'm still waiting for it. There will be much of this will be data to a certain degree. Data has to be standardized because there are so huge volumes of it, and much of it comes from the devices, and most of these use the proprietary formats. That has to be standardized, and then the processing has to be standardized, and we will have AI that does the raw work of filtering these and so on. But then there will be still work for the service developers. And Mani says that edge intelligence in the 6G will be it. Could you comment a little bit about this? This is actually quite interesting. We are not talking here about 6G yet, but I know that people in, say, Oulu are already working on it quite a bit.
Yeah, in the sense that right now the artificial intelligence, we need a specialist for operating and building algorithms for that. But when we have this edge intelligence for the 6C, then it will be auto-generated, like it will like auto-caching, and they will grow bigger and bigger, the algorithms, and they will be more independent in data analysis and the feedback generation.
So you mean, so this is about analyzing what happens in the network and how the network is optimized and so on.
Yeah, I mean, in some way it could reduce the job market for what you listed over there. Right now, yeah.
Good point. And I see that some of these will, but this is for the next 3 to 5 years, these will be big. And some of these, like the consultants and specialists and service developers, will be with us for a long time, because the AI will handle routine jobs, but the development of the new ideas and development of new business models for those will be needed for quite a while.
Yeah, I might add a bit here. Like right now, we need the administrators at every point for system configuration and network configurations and all this. But from today's earlier lecture, we learned that it would be any new infrastructure like 5G. It would allow a broader, like in 10 seconds, any new network application, it could be deployed all around the world. So we might need less workforce there, like human interference.
Yeah, these are interesting. It's because the speed is not an issue. I have actually I have a couple of slides down here. It's interesting that I remember when I started, we would be talking about something like 2000 actually, and GPRS came before 3G, and it was huge task for an end user to get it to work. I spent some time, actually 2 days, with people who know what they are doing. We were trying to configure the phone to use this advanced data capabilities, and then we call the support, and they say that now you have everything in here, but it seems that you have been accidentally connected only to the building and not to the actual service in here. And then things started getting better, but it was really tedious. You have to get the phone, and then you spend. So you give really weird numbers, and I remember giving like memory allocations for those, for it and the service to work. Fast forward like 7-8 years when Nokia was in its biggest. You take the phone, you open it, you put the SIM card in, it will read necessary stuff from there and download all of the needed things from the network. And this actually takes away huge amounts of manual work. And now what you are talking about is that we can deploy systems on a really fast scale across the globe, and that will change also if it happens without manual work. And I believe it was here, yeah, there's some like data entry clerks are going down, and also there will be much of the installers and service engineers that do the servicing of these. There will be less of that. At the same time, then there will be lots of new things to be had. Security is my bet that when we can deploy things in seconds, it means that globally, it means that we need a lot more of security specialists. And here is what I see that are key topics to study and learn. It was already mentioned in the previous slide that there was a comment that we need to have people who can solve problems and who have like innovation capability. So the data management is going to be still big. Those people who understand how data is managed, how it's standardized, and so on. So handling massive amounts of data. And then software and service innovation. So how to build new services and mass market services. Digital business models together with those. Then IoT and service security will be of paramount importance. We will see some incidents, and I don't know where these will be. We have already seen these, that we have IoT devices where like IoT devices are in the ice rinks, and you could freeze or melt the ice when you wanna mine for bitcoins or something, some other things, steal basically those devices. And there will be also people will be using weaknesses in some, how can I say, boring things like devices that you just buy and you don't understand even that they are in the network. They can have weaknesses because nobody has thought that they would be ever a security risk. If you don't believe this, have a check of what kind of devices are connecting to the net through your home router, and there are all kinds of interesting things. This business model part is actually, this is stressed in most of the talks about 5G and the new networks, and I see this is something of importance. There are new ways of building, there are new ways of delivering services, there are new ways of capturing value in these. Much of this will come down to how you can sell data, how you can meaningfully sell database services, both in business to business side and in business to consumer. The business to business side, where, for example, companies like Kone can sell understanding of the maintenance needs. These will be totally new business models available. And I actually had a student who is working on this, looking at these, how AI and sensors and networks can be used to do preventive maintenance before anything happens. And this is based on learning from hundreds or thousands of devices out there, so that the AI will tell when something breaks, and then actually the maintenance can be done before things happen. I talk about software. Software will grow exponentially. This is from a study of Aalto University, University of Oulu, and University of Helsinki, when they are looking at how many software professionals we need in the future in Finland, and their assumption was that we would need in the next 10 years more than 100,000 more, and we are only delivering a couple of thousand a year, which means that this is not going to work. And the interesting point here is that on the left side, the size of programs, and it seems that it is exponential in there. It's 10 times larger every 7 years. And I remember seeing this very concretely, that if you look at these, they were the first space modules had like 500,000 lines of code. And I remember seeing Nokia's first tablet, which didn't have cellular capabilities, and it had like 5 million lines of code. And I was quite struck by that. It was around 2005. And on the right side, you have how much data, how much software a Volvo car uses. And here you have these like that there's some code already before 2000. That was obviously, it was in read-only memories. And then you have, now you assume that there's over-the-air updates to the car, and also you can have features added, new capabilities added for the car in over-the-air updates. That again means new services are coming into there. Here is an example. This is actually both from my own cars. This is about software versus hardware. I believe that same in a way, same thing is happening for the networks as it's in here. So the left side is Volkswagen Passat cockpit from around 2007. There were like probably 10 microprocessors, and there was a good deal of code. How much would this say in here? About several 100,000 kilos of code already in that one, but mostly mechanical. In 2020, there is the Finnish or now Chinese-owned Rightware software on the cockpit in here. And this is still, how can I say, not very fancy one, but a digital cockpit. Now we have screens in there. And what changes, this is not only about that the user interface changes. I believe there's a lot to do in the car user interfaces. Then also more and more of the car is about software. I remember taking this new car, which is hybrid. I take it to the maintenance, and maintenance is like oil change and battery software update. Here I use example from self-driving cars. I have interest into this car software because of the QT and some research that we have done on it. And we are part of Business Finland's new ecosystem proposal, PAVEF, which is Platform for Autonomous Vehicles Finland. And the reason why these platforms are being developed is that in Finland we have a lot of this cellular network and service knowledge, and then this is needed also, and the maps and all of these things are needed in this. And the global autonomous vehicle market is estimated to grow from 54 billion in 2019 to 10 times bigger by 26. Again, 26 is 5 years away from here, very soon. Fully autonomous cars have not developed as fast as expected, but we know already that we can have fully autonomous cars in limited confined environments, like for example, mines. Then what here they are looking at is also that in parking lots, cars could park themselves in parking lots, which would be a great time saver for the drivers or the service users. And cars will become a data source and an application platform. This has already happened, but it will be actually an interesting change. Move from hardware to software engineering. So a lot more of these services will be developed, and also there will be third-party services for the cars. And what changes in this kind of ecosystems? What are the key partners for it? Smart machines, car industry, telecom 5G operators, traffic operators. So this is all about a ecosystems of services. So when you have autonomous car, suddenly, for example, car ownership doesn't make that much sense. Whereas service that will bring you a suitable car from suitable location in the right time will be of utmost importance. So we need huge backup systems which understand your needs, which see the availability of the fleets, so to speak, and conditions on the roads and so on. And this will change quite many things. Car industry changes if not everybody needs a car, because for example, when autonomous vehicles have been studied, people have about even in US, people's cars are about 22 hours a day not in use. It doesn't mean that we can suddenly change them through services into 24-hour use, but rather that we could have 5-6 hours a day of usage for those. So what kind of services are needed? Technology for the car itself. Now like, how was it? About 5 to 7% of workforce in Germany is and working with a car transmission system. Unfortunately, with these fully electric autonomous vehicles, the electric part, unfortunately, then you have a lot more like battery software engineers than those transmission or engine engineers, and that's a huge change. And communications, of course, they need to be in totally different level, but then also, if you don't have to think about driving that much, you need a lot of entertainment services, and you know that much of these, then you have lots of map services, different kinds of traffic, smart traffic services, and so on and so forth. So there are several ecosystems coming together in here. Another example from our own studies, we have a smart city center of excellence, Finest twins between Helsinki and Tallinn. Unfortunately, this has been a bit slow going due to the pandemic, because much of this would need real cooperation of people. But the city Smart City Center of Excellence focuses on 5 domains of smart city development, and these are smart mobility, smart energy, built environment and its smartness, smart city governance, and urban analytics and data. We in the business school are working primarily on urban analytics and data, especially open data and the data gathered from the devices. But all of this is made possible by the current networks and future networks, because all of this is based on gathering the data, analyzing it, and providing services based on it. Here's an example. This from Synchrontech white paper from a couple of years ago. I used to be the chairman of the board of this company, which is a rather small business services provider in Espoo area. So here is crowdsourced environmental impact measurement, which is a good example of crowdsourcing and using new kinds of devices for this. So you connect and visualize data from different sources, and it can be displayed on a map, windshield, or dashboard. And then what kind of sources you have: open data, commercial databases, crowdsourced measuring devices. For example, people could have, now there ain't that many of these things, but we will see a lot more phones and different 5G-enabled gadgets, which can analyze also the quality of air. We have actually devices that can analyze quality of air, but they are currently a little bit bigger than what could be reasonably attached into or seamlessly attached into a phone. Then we have this like water quality, traffic, air quality sensors. The more we have of those, the better services we can provide, the more accurate services we can provide. And this is, I see this as a great opportunity where technology can really help with making the environment better. To give you a concrete example of this, we have now real-time measuring of electricity consumption available. Most European countries should have it by now, but very few have. Finland has this on a hourly basis. And how this could be used is that when the power companies see that there will be a peak in demand, they could start sending customers requests for not doing certain things. And also, if companies are willing to work with it, they could send companies devices information that they should shut themselves down. For example, this Synchrontech tested such things where huge shopping malls would have, or big retailers would have their freezer units so that they would cool them during the night and then let them get a little warmer into -18 during the daytime. And this would work actually as a huge savings in energy usage and also money for them. We could have a lot more of these kinds of ideas if we assume that nearly everything of the buildings can be measured and transmitted to the services. This is a special item for us in this Finnish Twins, that in the business school, that urban analytics rely on data collected from millions of nodes through 5G, currently 4G networks, in the future 5G networks and IoT. So there are lots of users providing data and lots of sensors providing this data. And this means that the security has to be taken really, really carefully. We have had in US several attacks on these. Hospitals have been attacked, city councils, city infrastructure has been attacked, and we will see a lot more of those. And if we give more access to more of this data, we have to also make sure that it is safe. So there will be a lot more work in this security area. So you have to have privacy and security by design, and you have to have also people's cyber behavior improve. We have to think about what kind of devices we allow in the networks, what kind of services we open up, and so on. So what changes with this? There will be more players, there will be different stacks of services on top of the networks. So explosion of third-party services, and new services, and new business models emerge. Study about business models, study about new kinds, new ways of monetizing the data that comes from these. And there will be new ecosystems based on the use of data generated by devices and collected by the networks, and then sorted in the cloud services and so on. And there will be big security incidents that will change the way business is done. So if you can help businesses with this, there will be a lot of work for it. There will be a great demand for mobile service developers and students with business and IT skills. You should have different combinations of these. It's so boring to say that we need T-shaped persons, that we need people who have a broad understanding of the technologies, of the business possibilities, and then some really deep subject knowledge on a topic that you choose. That's where I wanted to stop this and have questions, comments. Starlink system. So this is the low orbit satellites. Is this so? So these are the low orbit satellites for providing connectivity for globally. Yes. So this is interesting. Now, bit of history. This will be different. I'm sure about it. But I remember I was in a conference in 1998 in Helsinki, and Jorma Ollila was talking about how cellular internet will come about, and then the Americans asked, "What about the Intel-backed?" I think it was Iris. I can't recall the name of the service, but they had these satellite phones. The issue was that at that time the satellite system was so expensive that the satellite calls were something like $5 a minute. Those satellites, some of them are still in use in really remote areas like in Himalaya expeditions and so on. But the things in the ground appear to be so much cheaper that kept it from happening. If you can have these really cheap satellites that provide really fast services and with really cheap prices, there is a possibility there. There are also risks with these. One of the issues, this is by the way beyond the service, how much what we talk about here, but it is important issue that there's a problem with 5G that we have had. 4G has been global, but now it seems that we will have at least the Russian, the Chinese, the European, the US 5G networks, and there will be some quite big walls, firewalls between these. And this is an issue for the services to be developed. I hope that there are now some competing satellites, low orbit satellite systems coming, and I hope that it doesn't mean that one will work in some area and one will work in some other area, but we would have global standards. Now it seems a little bit remote. Yeah, and there's a, okay, let me see, yes. Yeah, so that was about how this growth in developing and developed countries. This is actually an interesting question when we talk about 5G, because like 5G will be difficult even in the short term, even in advanced countries, because it needs so dense deployment that, for example, I would be happy to have 5G here in central Finland, but I will need to wait for some time. I actually heard from Kirkkonummi, where I live, that they promised us 5G, but it seems that when there are issues with the installation and the service is actually down to 3G. So the deployment is heavy because so many cells are needed and in short distances. Same with these. There's a huge possibility with these if these can deploy in scale and with low price points. And Daniela has the question about if autonomous vehicle enters a zone without 5G connection, how it will affect on car software, or will it cause disturbance for the car? These are interesting, because when you have autonomous vehicle, it will rely on the constant stream of information. You can see it already now that when you go further away from city centers, 4G and in some cases 3G is mostly by the major highways, and this is because that is needed for services to work, and this is even more so when your car is constantly taking updates and when it's relying on the network for this. But it has to be able, of course, to run without these to a certain degree. But I can say that life gets really difficult if you don't have network coverage nowadays in many ways. I'm not expert in the prices of this, but the issue is that you need a lot more. So the cell size is much smaller, and the wavelengths are such that these don't travel very far. And this is what slows down the deployment. And it is pricey in that sense that you need so many more base stations. Then what do you think? What are the main drivers of productive growth enabled by 5G? This is actually really interesting question. I am not sure about productivity. It's probably something that we don't know yet. My bet would be that the most interesting things are those which are provided by the scale of that you can deploy these sensors that you can measure, for example, air quality, traffic, and other things, wind, weather. You can do these on scale and really into detail level and make much better forecasts then of different things, and also give advice on short term, like where to do the traffic and so on. But I can't say where the productivity growth, biggest productivity growth is. Again, in the short term, business to business will be big in here, because as said, when you can enable any kind of industrial device with the network, and then it has sensors which send constant streams, and then we can do preventive maintenance, have less downtime, and better service there.
Sorry to interrupt you there.
Yes.
Our time is actually running out. We're starting the session Tech for Global Development in 10 minutes, and we actually need some short preparation time for that here. So if there's more questions, we'd be happy to receive them on the course pages, and then or directly to Professor Rossi or via the course website, and we can forward them to you. But at this point, I wish to thank you very much for the great lecture. It's actually so wonderful to hear, because you know the course has so many challenges from corporations and companies actually looking forward to utilizing 5G technology in practice. So basically, when the course participants understand the technology and its use cases, the projects will be much better in our experience. So thank you very much for the lecture, and we wish to have you with us next year as well.
Thank you very much. Have a great next lecture.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Good afternoon. During Hack Them All 2020, we were pleased to notice that there was an enormous demand and interest for our summer course. That is why, this year, we decided to expand the summer course in order to meet the demand and offer better content than ever before. We launched the world's leading online 5G conference, backed by 5G, and invited the industry experts, entrepreneurs, and policymakers together to discuss, present, and question how 5G will affect our society, economy, and everyday life. Our first speaker has over a 20-year-long career at the World Bank, latest as a Director of Human Development in the African region. Nowadays, she is a professor at Aalto University and a special advisor on education to Commissioner Urpilainen at the European Union. Today, she is here to give us a keynote about the global learning crisis, which she has done extensive research on.
Good afternoon, good evening to all participants. My name is Ritva Reinikka. I'm Professor of Practice at Aalto University School of Business, and I'm an economist by profession in the economics department in Aalto. And in this presentation, I will pose a challenge to all of us about education. And this challenge is often labeled the global learning crisis. It is not just a challenge for IT or connectivity or 5G. It's a challenge actually for everybody, but very important to understand the big picture situation where also connectivity sits. Access to schooling has massively expanded during the last few decades. Almost all world's children start schooling today, and this has never been the case before in the whole world. It's really a reason for celebration. This has happened during many of us, surely mine, lifetime. But unfortunately, schooling ain't learning. While I pose this challenge, as I already hinted, in the context of IT connectivity here today, it is a challenge for the whole society, for educators, politicians, parents, companies, countries. Technology will not alone be able to solve this challenge, but we must still ask, what could technology do for its part? Most of my presentation highlights the global learning crisis, shares with you what it is, especially what we have learned about its symptoms, how it has been diagnosed, and also something on the therapeutics. So first, what is the learning crisis? What are its symptoms? Here is rural India. Nearly 3/4 of students in grade 3 could not solve this 2-digit subtraction problem, 46 minus 17. Grade 5, half could not solve it, despite the fact that they were in their 5th grade of going to school. But this is not a problem just in poorer countries, lower income countries, like in India. Brazil is an upper middle income country, and it participates in PISA, which tests 15-year-olds mostly in OECD countries, compares learning outcomes between countries. In Brazil, there has been progress over the 2000s in math, for instance, tested in PISA. But if that speed of progress continued, it would take 75 years for Brazilian 15-year-olds to reach the OECD average. In reading, which is also tested in PISA, it would take more than 260 years. So clearly, it is not the speed of reform, speed of change in learning is not good enough right now. I will also show a little bit of global picture, a global perspective of the symptoms of the learning crisis. And this is percent of end of primary students who meet a minimum proficiency threshold for learning in math. There is no global measurement of learning so that we would have it for every country, like we have a gross national product or gross domestic product. But there is the World Bank World Development Report team put together close to 100 countries using TIMSS, which is the Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study, and some other sources to be able to compare. These blue countries here, they are high-income countries, and they all their school leavers, primary students, master the minimum proficiency level. The countries here, 99% in Japan, for instance. But then when we pull out the rest of the countries, you will see that there are also high-income countries where primary students do not master the basic skills, and some are very low. Some of the low ones are in the Gulf countries, for instance, some also in Latin America, where countries are high-income. The green area is upper middle income countries. On average, 61% of primary students pass the low bar, but you see huge variation. The top performers are many former Soviet republics where education has always performed quite well, and especially in math, which is measured here. Lower middle income countries are the red ones. Also great variation, 37% is the average. So only 37% meet the minimum math proficiency when they leave school. And low-income countries, the average is 14%. So this gives you the idea of the extent of the problem globally. One more kind of symptom or diagnosis perhaps is the learning profile, which is derived from demographic and health surveys, which are done across, they are meant for something else than learning, but they also test women, young women, 25-34 aged, who can read all of a single sentence in their chosen language. It's useful for this purpose as well, even if otherwise it looks at health and reproductive health and so forth, those surveys. However, what we see from these learning profiles, where on the x-axis you have highest grade completed, and then the percentage on the y-axis, and you see huge variation, even in African countries. So Africa is not a country. Africa is really 54 very different countries. And in terms of learning profiles, you see Rwanda. When a young woman has completed 6 years of schooling, 100% pretty much can read a full sentence. But in Nigeria, the most populous country in Africa, only 12% can. So when you think of when there's a lot of talk about girls schooling, yes, it's very important, but it's equally, if not more important, that the girls learn at school. So in Nigeria, after 6 years in school, only 12% can read a full sentence. That also highlights the learning crisis. COVID-19, the pandemic, and school closures have exacerbated the learning crisis globally and in Africa. We all know that from our own experiences during the 1.5 past years. And just some survey evidence that is now available, 80% of children surveyed said they were learning little or nothing at all. And this is from the Save the Children surveys that are being done, Africa and elsewhere. 80% of children surveyed reported facing an obstacle to learning, like there was no one to help them. And in West and Central Africa, 42%, almost half of the children did not have access to learning materials. COVID has also exacerbated and is exacerbating both the learning crisis and the digital divide. 85% of respondents in Africa anticipated the current crisis will lead to more widespread use of technology in education. I think that really the pandemic jolted the world towards digitalization also in education. But also almost as many, 3/4 thought that a move to more online learning will increase inequality in education and disadvantage poorer students. And obviously you need electricity, you need broadband, you need equipment, you need teachers who know how to use these devices. So it can be expected for sure. But EdTech is a term that is used in education technology, and knowing what works in EdTech predates COVID. It actually has been an issue for a while. On the one hand, there is hype. It's driven by hype of new technology often, or innovations or pilots that can be so small that they make no dent whatsoever to that systemic issue that I was discussing in terms of the global learning crisis. And sometimes these EdTech hypes are also accompanied by political and financial interests. Similarly, research that is available shows a mixed picture on the effectiveness of these EdTech interventions. Just some summaries. These come from something called EdTech Hub. I'll show you their website at the very end of the presentation. It focuses really this hub. It's a consortium of many partners, operates from the UK, and they really bring research and synthesize research on EdTech. What they conclude so far is that there really isn't evidence about what is the most or least effective, what works and what doesn't. That evidence really is not there. There's also not that much research available, and if there is, it's hard to find, hard to access, and hard to use overall. And then it's understandable that it's hard to make good policy decisions and hard to be designing effective interventions. Like I remember in Kenya, new administration brought every kid should have an iPad. But then when you analyze what change did that make, it probably wasn't a very cost-effective intervention. How to make these interventions to bring about systemic changes and also be really effective and cost-effective. And as in many other areas, stakeholders are disconnected from research. I myself operate often in the space of research and policymaking, and it is really a very disconnected two communities, and sometimes from one another as well. I just wanted to finish by showing this nice map of internet access, how it looks like across the world. So internet obviously requires electricity. I'm not talking about electricity here, just the internet access. And more than 75% of the population with no internet access is the deepest red color. And the next deepest shade is 50 to 75%. We can see that the populous continents, Africa, definitely there. So it's very good you focus on Africa also in this course. And then the Indian subcontinent super populous area of the world. So those are the deepest colors to remind us that these are the areas where the learning crisis is the toughest nut to crack, and also internet access is not yet there. To conclude, I just wanted to highlight here in the last slide, the EdTech Hub is there, and it's a public good. It's an international public good. All their work is available free for anybody on their very good website. Same applies to RISE, which is research on improving systems of education. So it's a decidedly a research program that focuses on the learning crisis and systems of education, not just individual interventions or pilots, on the contrary. And then there is also World Bank source of the learning crisis is the 2018 World Development Report, Learning to Realize Education's Promise. So this is the challenge I want to pose to you when you work on your connectivity and the new great innovations and bringing them to people. Do keep in mind the learning crisis and what this agenda could contribute to its solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your keynote, Ritva. Nokia is a global telecommunications company from Finland, with whom, backed by 5G Conference and Hack Them All course, have also been developed. For example, 5G Mökki is a product and a service developed by Hack Them All 2019 winning team, and 5G Mökki can also be found from the Nokia headquarters in Espoo. You can read more about 5G Mökki at startnorth.com. Our next speaker, Ari Kynäslahti, is Vice President, CTO, and Head of Strategy and Technology of Mobile Networks at Nokia. We are happy to have you here and eager to hear your thoughts on the topic.
Hello, my name is Ari Kynäslahti. I'm heading the Nokia Mobile Networks Strategy and Technology. And today we are talking about how technology can improve productivity in developed and developing countries. So the opportunities. Data usage keeps on growing, also in developing countries. And actually, if we look at the comparison on the left-hand side, looking at the data growth, traffic growth in North America from 2019 to 2025, we can see 5 times traffic growth. Africa, 9 times. So we are catching up comparing the developed and developing countries as a trend. Another one is the affordability challenge. So still in some areas we can find regions in the world where data simply costs too much. You end up basically spending 20% or even more of your income to get a reasonable 1 gigabyte data connection. So we need to improve on that one where technologies like 5G are helping. Then there is the competition. If we pick up as an example from India, when the new player, new CSP, new operator entered the market with full force, Reliance Jio in 2016, after 2 years they had completely transferred the market. So basically the industry size in terms of the traffic grew 2.5 times. So challenges started from scratch and grew at the same level where the competition was with the data traffic. Many of my friends and colleagues from India actually ended up having 2 phones. So the regular phone, the old phone they used for voice, and the new one from Reliance Jio for data. That's how big impact the competition, new competition, made in the market. Ever since the established operators in India have also come down with their pricing for data and improved their data networks. the challenge we have is to make sure that we have the inclusivity for the digital future. So if we look at the COVID-19 and think about the school children, so 1/3 of them, roughly 500 million, really didn't have a good connection for the remote schools. And if we look at the whole world, pretty much the whole world was somehow limited or forced to go to remote learning. And then if we look at some areas in the world, like pretty much Africa, we still have 4G coverage issues, so we need to improve the networks. And then still in many places, like in Africa and Latin America, we can see the issues with the affordability of the mobile data. Here again, 5G will help with the cost of connectivity and multiplying the capacity of the 4G networks. So what needs to change? What's the solution? So the first one coming from the technology side. So we need to introduce the 5G quite often together with the fixed wireless access. And then even for 5G, we need to look for something from the future, like high altitude platform services, bringing the connection from the satellites. We need development programs and budgets, prioritizing the digitalization from the several organizations. And then we need to look at the government and enterprise-led digital transformation, which is already ongoing with the 4G, but will speed up with 5G. So let's look at what we have done together with Safaricom in Kenya. So Nokia and Safaricom launched the 5G commercial network services March this year, 2021. And with this network, together with the Nokia 5G Fast Mile CPE equipment, we are able to introduce connectivity to homes, schools, enterprises, enabling superior customer experience, accelerating the data growth, and growing the business with enterprises. Key technology to cover the non-connected part of the world is to work with the satellites. So 3GPP release 17 includes the non-terrestrial networks solution. Good thing with the solution is that it relies on the regular devices, so regular handheld devices work. Also the fixed wireless access, the regular ones work, and also the regular 5G base station and core network work. So the magic happens in between. In between you have the ground stations and the satellites on the low Earth orbiting roughly 700 kilometers away from the Earth based solution where also we are creating overlaps with the satellite beams, so we are able to do handovers between the beams from the satellite. And with this solution already the first phase, we are looking at the AST Space Mobile plans. They are actually going to go with the first phase of the plan already in 2023, and with that one providing coverage to 1.6 billion people, starting basically from the equator area, where a lot of the coverage is still missing. Of course, with this kind of technology, we will also completely build the coverage to the oceans and the mountains and the very remote places all over the world. Development programs to connect the unconnected for the digital education and community engagement. So again in Kenya, Nokia together with UNICEF, we have a program to connect the schools. So basically bringing in digital education, teacher training, internet connectivity and communication to the schools. 10 schools connected, more to come. Whole initiative has reached more than 90,000 children in Kenya so far. Another example for development programs is Smartpur initiative from India. So with smart poors or smart location, we have 5 pillars: health, education, governance, financial inclusion, livelihoods. So the idea here is to digitalize the village ecosystem, also for the education, but also for business. So we are building these smart cities, smart villages, deploying the connectivity. And over the past 3 years, the project has expanded to 100 villages across 7 states of India. Target is to develop this to 500 smart villages. Government and enterprise-led digital transformation is a big thing. If we are looking actually the mobile market, this is the growth segment. This is the only growth segment really. The growth is 35% annually. Very important part of Nokia, big part of our business, and especially for the future, this is big part of our growth. We today have more than 260 customers on the private wireless networks enterprise side. Typically we go to these customers through the operators, through the CSPs directly as well. Out of these 260, 40 are already having a 5G network. If you look at the use cases a bit, so the typical ones we can find on energy, so you are optimizing the energy electricity grid. Mining, you are making the vehicles run without a driver. Transportation, so you are basically replacing the old networks of GSM-R and Tetra. You are creating a network for the employees of the airport or railways. Ports, everything automated. Manufacturing, getting rid of the cords, really making the kind of modern factory flexible as possible. And then the public safety, again, replacing those old Tetra networks with the 5G. Huge growth opportunity for the industry. One example from the COVID days again, with Nokia and Vodafone working together with Lufthansa. So in this example, we built 2 separate networks for Lufthansa to use in Hamburg. And with these networks, with the fantastic 5G speeds, customer was able to use video link for their maintenance work, showing how the testing is going with the new engine parts. Their customers then didn't need to leave their workshops, but they were able to simply over the video see how the maintenance is actually ongoing. Another example from our own world, so Nokia factory in Oulu, we have been able to improve the productivity by 30% with the latest technology like 5G. We are also building something completely new, I would say industry leading, for the testing of the equipment. So the new technology, massive MIMO, is a new kind of testing environment needed, and for that one we have created a lot of over-the-air testing in the bigger rooms and also in the smaller sea containers. So at Nokia we are committed to connecting the unconnected. The Broadband Commission target of 2025, getting the other half connected, Nokia is very much committed. 5G technology, other technological advances help strengthen the education, business and employment, and with that, the productivity. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Ari. By the way, did you know that Finland is globally the #1 in terms of used mobile data per person in a day? Our following speaker comes from Microsoft. Microsoft is one of the largest and best-known technology companies in the world with iconic software familiar to all. Microsoft Azure is one of the leading flexible cloud service platforms with the more business-oriented viewpoint. First, we see a video about an example on how Microsoft is supporting sustainability initiatives and projects with IoT and cloud technology. After that, we have Victor Bahl on stage. Victor Bahl is CTO and Technical Fellow at Azure for Operations at Microsoft. Stage is yours, Victor.
My world in 15 years would be water is clean, rainforests are vast, animals are safe from poaching. Poaching is a thing in the past.
Project 15 really is a passion project devoted to supporting sustainability initiatives with IoT and cloud technology. And there is so much need for our skill set to come over and help. We got the first email from Bastian.
With some easy partners, our purpose is really to achieve zero poaching in our lifetime. We have camera traps, acoustic sensors, drones, motion sensors, etc. They all generate data. It became clear pretty quickly that there wasn't this centralized solution that sits in the middle that pulls in all the data, makes it usable. That's where we needed help. I came across the Project 15 website and Sarah responded within a day.
We knew that we had something because, quite honestly, he wasn't the only one who called.
The GEF Small Grants Program, implemented by United Nations Development Program, supports local communities on innovative solutions related to environmental issues, such as climate change, biodiversity, land degradation, and chemicals and waste. We're really excited to be working with Project 15 from Microsoft, who have very similar missions.
When we started drawing all these solutions, it turned out their problems were the same as commercial problems. How do I get to scale?
So for example, for jaguar conservation, we have been collecting lots of data from the local communities on where the jaguars are and where the human-wildlife conflict is happening. But putting those data one by one in Excel sheet and analyzing them has been really difficult. So what we really need is a scalable solution.
So we would create tools in a toolbox. It's really an opportunity to operationalize, and Daisuke and I met with scientists, but they don't have time to learn how to do the whole solution.
I started designing and building the tools. How do I make this tool available and easy for people to pick it up? After speaking to the scientific community, I quickly realized, they know what kind of music they want to play, but doesn't mean they want to know how to build a piano. And I'm good at building a piano. So I made a tool.
They actually had the capability and the resources to build what was needed to take conservation technology to the next level. Over 2020, Microsoft ended up developing this IoT conservation solution that's now on GitHub, available to the entire conservation community.
It was much easier to design a piece of software and say, here, push this button, and off you go. Kate reached out to me over Instagram, and she pitched us.
I'd like to take a moment and tell you about my journey.
And said, I want to make a club where we break the timeline. Because if you wait for me to get old enough, we won't have any animals left.
Sarah and Daisuke are going to partner with me. They're going to teach me IoT and how to use the Project 15 open platform.
We have this fifth industrial revolution going on. We have all of these technologies that can massively increase scalability.
And we have made IoT solution easier for our community to use.
Not only on conservation of species, but in sustainable cities, agriculture, and many other emerging environmental issues.
And once you see that sustainability solutions are actually a good business model, we just need to connect.
I'm confident if kids are given the tools and the opportunity to learn, my generation can become part of the solution.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to talk to you today. My name is Victor Bahl. I am a technical fellow in Microsoft. I'm also the CTO of Office for Operators, a newly formed business in Microsoft. Before joining this product team, I used to work in Microsoft Research for about 24 years. The question in front of us is, how can technology help the developing countries prosper? And more importantly, how can technology help take on the biggest challenge, one of the biggest challenges in the world, which is to educate everybody? Let me begin by talking a little bit about my own journey. In 2003, the Microsoft CTO, Craig Mundy, introduced the idea of digital information divide to me. In a nutshell, the idea is that some folks like me have information available at their fingertips, while there are many others who do not even know where to look for this information. This gap leads to economic gaps, and that's obviously not very good. Now, the reason for digital information divide is that companies do not find that they can make money in areas where there are not large densities of people, or it's an impoverished place. And what is more important is it's not about even making money. They can't even sustain the business. So now the question is, how can we reduce the expenditure that they have to incur in order to make this available? So I then started working on that. So between 2003 to 2012, I worked on various wireless technologies that made internet broadband available in areas where it was previously not available. So I started with what was called mesh wireless networking. The idea there was that communities who did not have internet access would buy Wi-Fi or laptops or computers, which were not that expensive, and then they would bring them to their home, and through a multi-hop network where packets would flow from one to another third, they would find a place where the internet existed, and from there they could go into and out of the internet. So instead of bringing the internet to everybody's home, you would bring it in one place, and then everybody would share it through this multi-hop network. This was a good idea. It was successful. It actually, lots of places in the world villages started to implement mesh networking. Now, even as we were doing this, we realized that one of the ways to reduce the cost was to work with unlicensed frequencies. Now, most of the cellular networks that you're aware of worked on licensed frequencies, and licensed frequencies are expensive to buy, and then it is expensive to then deploy these networks. So in unlicensed frequencies, we found that in the United States, the TV access was changing from analog to digital. And that was allowing or opening up new frequency bands on which people could operate. So we then worked on technologies to show how wireless capability that was available to a particular user could be used by a secondary user when that particular primary user was not using it. This was called opportunistic networking. Another manifestation was white space networking. We were able to convince the regulators in the United States and all over the world that this sort of technology was possible, and so that they should open it up for unlicensed use. And they did. And then many people around the world, especially in Africa, really took advantage of that, where they started to see internet being deployed through much less expenses. Now, in the US, Microsoft started a program called Airband. You can look it up in any of your search engines, Bing. If you type in Airband, you will see hits to it, and you will see how Airband has promised to bring 2 million users in the United States broadband internet access. And that's sort of a combination of white space networking. Now, one of the interesting things about all this stuff was that while this technology was good in reducing the expenses for delivering, it did not solve the other problem, which is that what happens if something goes wrong? This has to be sustained by companies, by people who can keep going at it. So we needed a business model for it. Now, these days, I'm actually working in helping the telecommunication company and the cloud companies, which is Microsoft, come together to use the common infrastructure that they both use. So the idea being that Azure provides the ability to the telecommunication providers to both do everything in software and move the packets just like Azure moves its packets on its own networks. Now, software implemented on commodity servers can reduce the cost of these 5G equipment, which is no longer, you don't need specialized hardware for it. And the idea is that once you do it in software, you can now create not only the reduction in capex and opex, which is the operating expenses for these networks, but also provide an ability for the developer community to come in and write lots of new applications on this new infrastructure, thus providing a growth opportunity for these telecommunication industries. So now you have this ability to create sustained business models that I was talking about. Now, the nice thing about 5G is that it's got a low latency, high bandwidth network. This low latency, high bandwidth network allows you to fundamentally support video. And video allows you to be connected to teachers all over the world. So if you're in a classroom, you can have access to the resources of some of the best teachers in the world, and they can collaborate with people on the ground to create an environment, a student's environment that can be very, very beneficial to all of us. Now think about the last 16 to 18 months. A lot of us have been working in the home. I'm talking to you from my home right now. And it's been a very sort of a sad journey in some sense because we have lost a lot of people, but it's also been a journey where we've started to realize how much dependent we are on technology and how technology can help. So, for example, I've been, it's not just me, it's students all over the United States have been taking courses from home. Online learning has become a big thing. And while this is far from ideal, we have learned to take advantage of that, and we have improved ourselves quite a bit for this. So, for example, Microsoft's Teams, which allows teachers to create virtual classrooms. Teachers can teach their subjects to the students, and then the students can talk to one another virtually, face to face. Activities can be generated. People can come together in this space, and they don't have to be available to it. And Microsoft Teams has done a tremendous job in making that available to everybody. Office 365 is another product which has allowed people to come together and share documents, look at each other's PowerPoints, and all the other amazing stuff that goes with it. Now, as CTO in Azure, I constantly think about how to get rid of the digital divide, how to create more connectivity for people, how to make them, empower them with all kinds of advantages that the technology brings to them. And so in thinking about bringing all this stuff together, it makes sense for us to create these networks that can both exist by themselves or are very easy to manage and create these opportunities. So what I want to say today is that I'm actually really excited that you're all coming together to talk about these ideas and these new topics, and to use your intellectual horsepower to solve some of these important problems. We know how to build very secure networks, and we are happy to try to work with you to build those networks, but you have to take advantage of them, and you have to bring to us the kinds of things you want to be able to do with them. And together, maybe we'll make a big impact in this space. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me to talk to you, and hopefully this will go amazingly well. Goodbye.
Thank you very much for Victor of your thoughts on the topic. Our next speaker, Thierry Barbé, works as head of unit at Department for International Partnerships in European Commission. Barbé is a doctor of medicine, and he has also worked extensively on supporting healthcare in developing countries. Nowadays, he's heading a unit at the DG International Partnerships. We are happy to welcome Thierry on stage.
Dear audience, thank you for providing the European Commission with the opportunity to present its approach to technology to improve productivity in partner countries. I do represent the Director General International Partnerships, dealing with cooperation in Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America and Caribbean, and Asia and Pacific, under the strategic guidance of the Commissioner Jutta Urpilainen. Maybe I should start by reformulating the question in a way that's relevant for the EU and for developing countries. For a public institution, the challenge is always somewhat different. For a foreign public institution, even more so. The question I propose is therefore the following. Why and how a foreign, public institution like the EU should be involved in technology-induced improved productivity in developing countries? I would like first to highlight 4 basic elements relevant to the question. 1. Together with the European External Action Service and the rest of the European Commission Directorate Generals, even the most domestically oriented one, the EU intends to play a geopolitical role. It will do that by protecting its own interests, political, economic, strategic ones, but also by promoting its vision of an open, democratic, rights and rule-based society. 2. At the same time, the EU plays a leading role on partnering for the development of partner countries. Along the joint commitment on the strategic development goals, this is a historical role. It is still very much at the heart of EU external interventions. 3. More and more these geopolitical and development roles are played together with EU member states in a common or a joint framework for policies and intervention. We call it a Team Europe approach. 4. The von der Leyen Commission has 2 key priorities, both as domestic and at international levels: the digital transformation and the Green Deal. This was established even before the COVID crisis, underline the vital importance of the digital transformation. To be fair, the international aspect of the digital transformation is rather new for international partnership. Before I enter into the EU approach, let me figure out another handful of additional consideration that will help you understand the role the EC intends to play. 1. Working with public institutions always raised the issue of productivity of the public institution itself. In our case, ours and the one from the partner countries. Developing partnerships on the governance of the various technology fields, as well as mobilizing technologies for an improved governance, are the baseline of all EU interventions with partner countries. 2. New technologies keep creating new technological divides. Ever-expanding new technologies are creating ever-expanding technological divides. This is a relentless challenge for the development DNA of the EU, as we are entitled by nature to contribute to bridging the divides. 3. Technology required to foster productivity in low-income countries are not necessarily very sophisticated, nor particularly new. Tremendous efforts are put into the spreading of simple existing technologies. 4. On the other hand, no government can afford not to keep track and pace with the new technological developments, as they are clearly growth and innovation factors. We stand ready to help innovation ecosystems develop outside the few exemplary cities around the low and middle income countries. Among the many technological options available, the EU chooses to prioritize digitalization. No surprise for that. The potentials are huge. The demand is almost infinite. The appetite for digital transformation is huge. It has become one of the most common shared goals. Some see access to digitalization either as a basic need or even as a public good. The digital technology used for productivity cannot be mobilized without developing structural elements that build up the digital ecosystems. In this regard, internal and external EU strategic orientations are basically aligned. This approach is detailed in the latest EU strategic document, the Communication on the Digital Compass. 1. Support is given to digital governance, including policy and regulatory frameworks in line with EU values and standards. It is provided by default along all other digitalization interventions. It is also provided by enhancing cybersecurity. 2. The EU will facilitate investment to connect underserved populations, regions, or countries to bridge the digital divide. 3. Nations want to rely on digitally empowered and capable workers, citizens, including women and youth. The EU will support government with expertise and projects to bring school and education institutions from basic education, VET, to higher education, to the e-education digital age. 4. The EU will equally invest in promoting entrepreneurship and innovation into the digital economy, with particular attention to digital transformation of SMEs. 5. The EU will strengthen and accelerate e-service, both public and private. We call this mainstreaming. Let me give you a couple of examples like governance, digital financial services, economic identification, public service delivery, for instance, in education, health, and social protection. Let us now take two fields as example and how the EU could mobilize digital technologies to improve productivity. The first is on the promotion of the digital innovation hubs worldwide. The second is on the development of digital skills. Digital innovation hubs are European Union initiative fostering the digital transformation of SMEs and promoting digital entrepreneurship. Bridging the investment gaps for digital transformation in partner countries requires considerable financial efforts, both from the public and the private sectors. This will be achieved by channeling large cooperation packages supported by a structured policy dialogue. This will also be achieved by leveraging on the strategic partnership with EU financial institutions such as the European investment banks and all other European development finance institutions, and on financing of private investors. It is essential to work with member states to leverage on their grant contribution in what I already call a Team Europe approach. Opportunities offered by bridging will be key. Bridging is about existing EU innovation hubs and nascent ones in third countries. Bridging between startups, SMEs from different environments. To foster productivity, the EU will foster investment in digital technologies in the Green Deal, such as smart agriculture, smart energy, smart mobility, Earth observation. Environmental monitoring will be based on the potential of digital innovation. Second examples, digital skills. Digital skills and literacy are becoming central elements in capacity building with partner countries. This is to be promoted in partnership with EU and non-EU private sectors, EU member states and like-minded partners. The framework is the one of the technological and vocational training and education. It will be essential to reinforce collective resilience, create jobs for youth, reduce the gender gap and improve productivity. More broadly, developing citizen-based digital skills and cyber hygiene is also a serious option to contribute to the resilience of a society and to improve national competitiveness. None of the above-mentioned interventions will deliver on their goals if, within the education system, interventions promoting the use of digital technologies in teaching and learning are not developed. It is first about increasing teachers' digital capacity, the heart of an efficient digital education reform. Governments from Sub-Saharan Africa and Latin America and Caribbean are supported with expertise and projects to bring schools and education institutions to the digital age. Support interventions that are the enablers are vital here, particularly increase access to affordable connectivity, network infrastructures, and suitable equipment. Let us say, to be fair, that in low and middle income countries, all this is still in its infancy. Donor-driven programs are still limited in scope, unfortunately. Now I would like to conclude by saying that the appetite for digital technology is constantly curbed in many places by structural limitation, skills, affordable connectivity, effective business-friendly environment, venture and equity financing, to name the few. Across sub-Saharan Africa, working primarily, if not only, where the market goes, will not make the trick. Yes, digitalization is essentially in the hands of private actors that are market-driven. So the new current frontier is to attract the operators, the digital operators in countries outside South Africa, Kenya and Nigeria, and to some extent outside Ghana and Rwanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Thierry, and thank you all for participating today. If you have some thoughts you would like to share, we would be happy to hear them via Twitter with the hashtag #BackedBy5G. Now we open the floor for questions to our experts, so please feel free to write them into the chat. Now we would like to wish you all good evening and see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. EEST/GMT+3.
Hello and welcome to the after session, the Q&A section of the presentation. We have received so many good questions from all of our amazing participants from our speakers. So I would like to ask, do we have Mr. Kynäslahti from Nokia and Professor Reinikka from Aalto University? Do we have you with us?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Hello, it's so great to have you both here. Your lectures were amazing at the event. We have a couple of questions for you from our participants. So if it's okay, I would like to start with this kind of a simple question, if you can say that. How could humankind use 5G in the fight against climate change? This is more of a broad question on how an individual can use it. Do you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, maybe I can start. So typically operators, so the CSPs, duplicate their frequency assets with 5G. And then 5G being way more efficient than the previous technologies, we can seriously improve the bits per hertz, so the efficiency of the data transfer. And with this one, basically, so many of the problems. But this is really the fundament of how the 5G is cracking it.
Do you have some thoughts on that, Professor?
You know, it's really beyond particularly what I was talking about. That, you know, I guess both sort of education as such, you would think, is an underlying thing for everything, even including climate change. But it is such a sort of it was interesting for me. I'm totally not a technological person. I'm a user, and it was interesting to hear when you said, Ari, does it mean that the energy consumption is much less?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to point that one out. So when you are able to improve the spectral efficiency, so you are able to transfer the bits with the lower cost, meaning cost of energy consumed. So the energy consumption is going seriously down. I mean, early steps of the 5G already, but then if we look at the further improvements coming, every year we are introducing new products, new software releases with new features with which we are all the time able to improve this basically reduce the power consumption. So typically we go down by 20 to 30% per year per bit delivered.
That's really important. It gives the magnitude because, you know, in many countries in Africa, power is electricity really is a huge constraint.
Yeah.
And then obviously then will these countries be able to introduce 5G in large scale and then in a way benefit from that efficiency is another matter. But electricity, we talk about sometimes hundreds or max thousands of megawatts in the whole big country where population is growing fast. So so that is definitely a good thing. But whether it can really be there is another thing. But that was a very interesting aspect of the 5G.
Yes. Yeah, sounds so wonderful. We have received one question from one of our wonderful participants of the 5G Hack Them All course together with Aalto University this summer. So we have Ola Tunden from Zoom chat. So the question goes, what innovative education solutions can be adopted to solve the learning crisis in the period of COVID and post-COVID Africa? So, and let's make it a bit more 5G and technology oriented by adding what kind of innovation education solution can be done with connectivity in Africa.
Well, just to say from my part is that even in the presentation, so far when particularly the EdTech Hub looks at the landscape and what they've been able to glean from evidence that it exists, it's really many of the activities are pilots, they are small, the issue is scale up, and there's a lot of hype, and it's even in, like, Finland is a real technology country, and I operate also partly internationally, partly here in Finland, and particularly in Aalto University. And sometimes you don't know, are we talking about 100% thing when you have millions and millions of students? So I come from a systems perspective, from kind of the education and education economics perspective, and working also with the research on improving systems of education. I sometimes don't know how serious these can really be for the learning crisis in basic education. However, my understanding now is that in higher education, there really could be a potential. And higher education, it's important to think that higher education is needed for teacher training, for engineers, for administrators, for many things. And this idea in the context of this backed by 5G, the smart campuses, that tomorrow there will be a session on it, how can that be expanded? Because I can't see, I work in Mozambique, for instance, right now. I can't possibly see this really making a difference when you have a schooling system where the child doesn't understand Portuguese, has never spoken it, and it's in. So the issues are so big in that learning crisis issue. However, I don't want to be also, I don't really believe it's going to solve it, but the technology is marching on, and Africa needs to be part of that march, no matter what. So I would actually like to ask our EU representatives. I know EU has in dollars, $100 billion for 7 years for aid. I want to know what exactly are they doing in terms of electricity, broadband, which are needed for digitalization. What concrete activity? What instruments? How is that happening? Because there is such a huge need, and so I'm not a hype person on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thanks. I would like to bring into the discussion Victor Bahl from Microsoft, one of our speakers today. So, Victor, do you have an answer for us to the question on innovation in education with connectivity in post-COVID era or COVID era? Oh, you're muted. Let's get that.
Okay, better?
Great. Yeah. Yes, great. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me and giving me this opportunity. Do I have an answer for this? I don't know. I don't have an answer, but I definitely have some thoughts about it. I do believe that broadband access or internet access, access to information is extremely important leverage to increasing the sort of knowledge base and educating people to be able to make make good on life's promises. I think that yes, water, electricity are important. I do believe that they don't have to do this. We don't have to do this sequentially. We can do this all in parallel. I believe there is technology out there that will allow you connectivity even when you don't have electricity. I mean, you can take advantage of solar power cells, for example. We have been tried it; they work. But beyond that, I think this whole notion of being able of having information at your fingertips or having this ability to make the right decision based on the information that you have in hand goes a long way in both improving your lifestyle as well as improving your just generally improving the circumstances that you're around in. So yeah, I've actually seen this. We had pilots in Kenya several years ago, and when we provided white space networking or opportunistic networking to some villages there, and there were students who had never ever been on the internet ever before, and they suddenly were there, and it was like the whole world had opened up for them because they were able to read about stuff that they only heard from one source or another source. They were able to sort of now use that to create businesses in the local area. They were able to just take that whole the leverage of connectivity and start to do a lot more interesting things. I have many examples of that, but they might be almost sound like cliche because people have talked about them quite a bit. So yeah, I certainly believe that broadband has a huge roles of both connecting one another and educating everybody who gets access to it.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. What do you think, Ari from Nokia? Does Nokia have some education projects going on, for example, providing these kinds of innovations to the?
We do like connecting the villages in India and well, also bringing the internet to the schools in Kenya as an example. And I also would like to add that I want to believe in the technology. So if we take this comparison between North America and Africa, so from 2019 to 2025, Africa data traffic growing 9 times is the estimate now, North America 5 times. So another example from China, I mean, China completely skipped the credit cards and went to the mobile paying. So something this kind I foresee happening in Africa. So you don't necessarily need to start from digging the ground and laying down the copper wires, but you can jump right away to the wireless technology. So I think there is also an opportunity.
Yes, definitely. And thank you, Olatundu, for this question. I would like to ask you the next question about the topic. What do you think what will be the most important factors of economic growth? We kind of took a bit of this as well in the previous answer. So what will be the most important factors of economic growth in developing countries within the next 10 years? And if the infrastructure will be able to cover the whole nation, part of the world, how will it strengthen the economic growth or not? So the connectivity infrastructure, whether it's the cables or the wireless solutions. Who has some thoughts on that?
Okay, Ritva here. Maybe just briefly, I think recently there was a survey done during the pandemic period of businesses in Africa. How much did they increase their use of, let's say, mobile or broadband or what it might have been? And if I remember correctly, we talk about maybe well over 20%. It's a big number. So it definitely has a business opportunity, I would think. Also, when Ari was talking about this leapfrogging technology, Africa, of course, leapfrogged the fixed lines altogether. I mean, they were like in late 90s? There were something like, the connections on the whole continent were the same, less than in Manhattan. So very, very small number. And now the mobile connections are about 500 million. So Africa can really sometimes leapfrog fast. So the issue I often think about, because in the Western world, we have had a lot of progress in this. And then as an economist, when you look at productivity increases in the economy, you don't see them. But I guess potentially in Africa, the situation is different, because if it allows enterprises, and African economies are also such that about 80% on average employ themselves. There is no company to go to work. You have to create the job. There, I would think it has an extra advantage. And then the issue again comes: who invests in whatever it is, the satellite access, or who does that investment? Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. I think, yes, the question was, will the economy improve with the technology? Is that how I should interpret the question? Or how will the economy improve with the infusion of technology to everybody?
Yeah, that's actually a question as well. When connecting the part of the world completely, does that benefit the local economy, or does it create some room for the global giants, for example? I know there's some representatives of corporations in this discussion as well, so this is actually an interesting topic to discuss. Does it create room for local business as well, when the business can be brought in from outside?
Yeah, so the answer is absolutely. I mean, that's, you connect folks. There is this example. So coming from India, I've actually been in the United States for a very long time, but I originally was born in India and I was there. And everybody there has a smartphone. Everybody is doing businesses. Doesn't matter which part of the economic system you participate in, you have a phone. Period. And they've been able to push the prices down to the point where everybody can afford it. And then the system just breaks down if you don't have that connectivity. So I think connectivity is so fundamental and so basic to anything, that in this world where everybody is, or a lot of people are connected, those who are not connected are left behind. So there is a direct impact on the economy once you can bring that to the front. So example being, there's a cliche example here. I'll use it if nobody else has used it here. But there's a farmer who's growing some crop, and he can go 40 miles to sell that for a certain amount of price, and he can go 50 miles or 50 to 60 miles to sell it for another price. But what he doesn't know is in the 40 miles, there are so many other farmers as well. The prices are coming down, but to go 60 miles, there's not that much. So you can actually charge for 1.5 times, 2 times the amount. And so which one does he pick without having the information of which one is actually a better place? He'll pick the 40 miles because that's the closest one, right? So this is just an example of like lack of information causing decision making that is not reaping any benefits. So Yeah, I do believe. I mean, I can give examples like this, and especially this last comment about places where the infrastructure is not built up enough, that the government does not have enough jobs, and everybody has to create their own job. I mean, you can't create a job without the connectivity part of it, right? And then the other question: all these multinational or international companies that want to come in there and help. I think there is this give and take. We come in, we help, we build up the infrastructure, and we put money, and then eventually, when it's solid enough, it starts to pay back. So that sort of relationship is extremely important in any of these places. You have to invest to get some benefit of it, and you're not going to get just benefit of any of this stuff. So yeah,
yes.
I do believe.
Yes. Thank you very much for the answer. I would like to present a new question to Mr. Kynäslahti from Nokia first, and then others as well. So the head of sustainability solutions, Mr. Impia from Aalto University yesterday asked a question in his presentation. With leaps in technological productivity or technological solutions, we've been able to do more, faster, and cheaper. So basically, we are in a point in the world where this cannot basically go on with producing more, faster, and cheaper. How do we turn this with the new technology into closed material loops, sustainability, circular economy, and less energy consumed? Do you have some solutions on that?
I think we discussed already the energy consumption, that it's again enabled by the technology itself. So simply 5G offers more efficient way to transfer the bits over the air compared to the previous technology, which enables the power consumption reduction per bit transferred. And then as a technology company, it's very important to make it even better with every new product, whether it's hardware or software. So that's for the energy consumption piece. But then, okay, faster. Okay, it was this sustainability, I guess, was the core of your question. And yeah, so energy consumption is part of it, but then how to produce the products. So we are very clear that we always want to make sure that the product, I mean the kind of raw material we use in our products are produced according to the law and in a sustainable manner. Yeah. Of course, when you talk about batteries, for instance, you need raw material which is difficult, and you really need to pay attention to it. But then you just need to make it right, and also recycling material as much as possible is there. But all in all, I would say wireless technology helps in a sense that people need to travel less. So this is a big learning we have taken during COVID days. My personal life changed completely. I used to travel 80 to 100 days per year, and that turned to 0. So we learned with our customers to talk over this kind of video conference. It doesn't completely replace the face-to-face meeting, but as an industry, as a world, we learned a lot. And there the wireless technology, telecommunications technology helps a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Let me rephrase the question just a little bit. I'm thinking of as 5G, we see it as an enabling technology that can create kind of world-changing solutions, for example. So how does your products help that kind of change in the world? So producing better and closed material loops, no waste at all, for example. Do you see that as a thing that you would make possible?
I mean, our products are produced in sustainable manner, so that's the kind of fundamental way it all works. But I don't see actually a big difference 5G brings to it. It's the same with the previous generations of technology.
Do you have
Let me take a crack at this a little bit. So yes, I kind of sort of agree that it's 5G and sustainability. they're different subjects in some sense, right? 5G is more, but when you say how do your products bring or revolutionize the world with 5G, I think one has to sort of think about what 5G is. So 5G has this ability, or the difference, one big difference in 5G and 4G is the number of frequencies that you can operate on. So it's sort of things like you've got a lot of these frequencies which are now logically clumped into a single band, and you don't really care what the network or what the network interface design does in terms of which frequency it uses, but it does. It also allows you to move a lot of things into software. So that means that you don't need specialized hardware, which means that you can reduce, if you use commodity servers, you can now reduce the cost of the technology. And so you can reduce what is called CapEx, or you can reduce what is called OpEx. And then because it's all in software, you can create a developer ecosystem around it to attract a lot of developers who can now write new applications that are important to the local people where the 5G story is held. Now, so that sort of changes the way communications has been done in the past, which has been a pipe, and then you have the cloud, and you have other computing centers around it, and then you've got different companies doing it. In 5G, you can actually merge the two, bring the two together quite a bit, and so you can. The hope is that it'll lead to explosive generation of new apps in localized places. Plus, in addition to that, it provides high bandwidth, it provides low latency, it provides more reliability and things of that nature. And so the thought is, with all that happening, you should be able to improve it. Now, improve the lifestyle and provide connectivity. And improve the sustainability, yes, there is a lot of work in technology. Microsoft, for example, has been looking at building these micro data centers, or that are inside the water. They use the energy of the water itself to do the cooling. Similarly, there are other companies doing other things where we're using technology, we're using the environment to power some of the work, or either cooling it or generating it and things. So that work goes on independent of 5G and will be brought into where the 5G networks are deployed. And so you will have sustainability, and you will have less and less requirement and less emission of bad stuff into the environment. That is happening and will continue to happen all over. 5G is really about ubiquitous, low cost, hopefully low cost. That's the whole idea. Connectivity to most of the world. That's the way I at least think of it.
You have some. Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's all right. I don't know if that is the answer you're looking for, but that's, I think, what it is.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Go ahead.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the next question. What kind of benefit do you see that new technological revolutions and new technology bring into, for example, surviving natural catastrophes or these kinds of kind of also COVID situations when there's a mass crisis, for example? What kind of new technologies can you actually some human-centric devices or human-centric design in these products? So helping people with a better quality of life, for example. Do you have some use cases to do that, or new pilots or something?
Yeah. Again, maybe I start. So we have indeed something we started already with 4G and continue even. Technology manner better way with 5G. This kind of networks you can establish in a very short time from scratch in the disaster area. So you build the network with the group of people. You come to the disaster area. You build the network. You can have people having the connection right there between them, and then over the satellite to whichever location. And then if I think from the standardization perspective, so the 3GPP release 17 is now standardizing the satellite-based communication for the regular 5G phones. And we really have a lot of areas in the world where we don't have good coverage. And there have been earlier attempts like Iridium trying to solve this one, but they always relied on some special phones, which didn't make business sense. But now doing it with the regular devices as we know them, I think it will change. And companies like AST Satellites have a plan to build network already by 2023. a first step covering 1.6 billion people, starting from Equator, where you have a lot of coverage hole in the networks. So this will change things a lot.
Atte, perhaps on this one, a little different perspective.
Definitely,
So I've worked a lot in areas of education, health, and social protection. So if I think of those areas just from the perspective where I come to them, not the technology perspective, I would see in health there is the biggest possibility globally to make a telehealth, that kind of thing is really, really something that I can imagine based on the working in some of the groups of the World Health Organization and kind of trying to understand how services are changing. I do think that will be much more possible to make a bigger change than in education. Education is political, it's a nation building, it's just not that easy at all. And then perhaps in social protection area, particularly in poorer countries, I think the mobile technology has made a revolution, because earlier there used to be the truckloads carrying grain and all that distribution and so much disappearing. And now, at least in countries we often mention Kenya is the frontline country. It has the best education outcomes in sub-Saharan Africa. But in Kenya, for instance, it's simply M-Pesa that gets the money on the account, and those emergency deliveries, also food aid or that kind of social protection for the poorest people has seen the biggest change. It's really great. I think education is much more difficult to handle. But I wanted to ask maybe both Victor and Ari, is like are those projects you talk about, are they your corporate social responsibility, or are they big scale things? And have you paid attention to their cost effectiveness? Because I'm all the time thinking about scale up. Are they scalable? Do people have funds to scale? Thanks.
I think, let me go first. So I just want to add to the previous question, and then I'll answer your question directly, or try to address. In the previous case, I think I agree with everything that was said. I think the disaster recovery technology helping in disaster recovery is happening, and it will become much better in terms of like the allowing people to connect with 5G will become better. I think health is going to be revolutionized quite a bit, where doctors can actually operate. We've shown that in India for it to work. But also farming. I think farming and agriculture is a big thing too. We have projects inside Microsoft and Microsoft Research where we have gone and demonstrated that if you can put very low cost sensors on the ground, and you can then have them connected, you can then do the analysis to sort of see which parts of the farms are actually operating well, or need more fertilizers or water or whatever versus the others, and just improve agriculture. So precision agriculture is another important thing. So yes, technology has a huge footprint in the general development of all these important problems, including education. Now, going to the question that you asked is, I think one of the big things that I learned. So I started on this journey in 2003, so it's been quite a few years. And what I mean by this journey is the journey of connectivity, where I spent most of my time in Microsoft Research. And there, it wasn't about products. It was about just thinking about what the world needs and what are the new things that, what extends the state of art. And in that process, we looked at providing connectivity and reducing the CapEx and the OpEx, the operating costs and the capital expenditure. But soon found out that that was just one part of the problem, because you could reduce that and you deployed something, and then what happens after that? The after that part was the self-sustaining part. So the point that you're raising is actually important. You need business models to sustain these things. I mean, without that, it's not going to work, because And it's not like people, people will step up to provide that business model, but nevertheless, some structure, some framework, some thinking about what happens when you move out of that, does help. So what we have been doing now is we've sort of like, we have a lot of these pilots going on and pilots going on in different places. And then these pilots are used to study different aspects of what can work and what doesn't work. Once we have that, then we scale it up. So for example, in the Airband initiative, we studied this, we piloted in many places, and then said, okay, let's scale it up to 2 million people. Now, 2 million people is still not that much, but it's not that small either. And the way we were going to scale it out was we were going to get other partners to come in and build different parts of technology and create this whole thing, because we knew it's not about just Microsoft going in or some other company going in and just building it. So I think the question is very, very interesting, important, and while there have been studies and there have been some solutions, one has to intermix regulation, business, technology, all this stuff has to kind of come together. And it can go on, but I'll stop and give everybody else another chance to go ahead.
Yeah. I will keep it short and sweet. So does it scale up? Yes, it does. And especially if it's run from the beginning commercially. So sometimes if it's a government-led project, there might not be this kind of a thinking how it would scale up. But if you start it from the business perspective so that it makes sense economically, then it typically scales up.
Yes, thank you very much for these thoughts. I see we are 2 minutes over time already. So does Professor Reinikka have some concluding words for us, or should we just wrap up?
Just to say thank you very much. I learned a lot from the fellow panelists. So thank you. It was really, your presentations were very interesting, and I hope your audience also sort of saw the challenge and learned at least some on these big topics. So thanks a lot for organizing and having me join.
Yes, thank you very much for all of our amazing panelists. This was such a great discussion, and it's really invigorating to hear these different thoughts we've been hearing at the 5G Hack-them-all course. We've been hearing 2 weeks of lectures by now, and it's a kind of a conversation around a topic on the global development, on social, environmental, and economical aspects. This is so wonderful to have this kind of discussion. So I thank you very much, and thank you to all of our viewers on YouTube. This is actually one of the biggest sessions of this week, so thank you really much for being a part of it. With these words, I'd like to wrap up the session and say that we'll be back tomorrow at backedby5g.org. So there's a list of sessions tomorrow, for example, on smart cities, and then African smart campuses project that we're going forward with. So please be tuned on for that. But with these words, wherever in the world you are, good evening, good afternoon, or even good morning. Thank you very much, and see you later.